Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
We're back, people. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to our stream. And this one is the post match analysis. Wow. What a game it was. Good fight there by the Reggae Boys. But unfortunately, things have not been going our way. We got an early penalty. A silly mistake, I would say. Cost us a penalty, which was brilliantly saved by Andre Blake. Because of the pressing from the Panamanian team, I think we weren't able to. Unfortunately, a ball was just ricochet off the goalkeeper to Javane Brown into the back of the net, and I believe that I mean, then the second goal was a shot saved by Andre Blake. He reacted slow, and the ball was easily slipped through his hand. That was a soft goal, very soft goal. The go-ahead goal from the Panama team. It was too soft. And they went up 3-1 from another goal. Jamaicans were playing after the introduction of Kevin Stewart. They played pretty well, got another goal. Now J. Ross is saying top up players out. uh, Fresh got himself a transfer back to yeah, man. Jason, he said too much negativity from the haters and the people that inside division in the team. Jamaicans won, overseas are Jamaicans nonetheless. I would agree with that. So 4 games to go. Are we still saying that it's not over? Quite frankly, it's over to me. At this stage, Panama is now on what? 17 points. 17 points for Panama. They get another win. That's good for them. And this Panama team is very spirited. They play good football. They have a very good coach. Yeah. So seems as if they are going to, do what they do. So welcome to the persons over there on Facebook as well. Thanks for tuning in. I mean, this one is just Final night of the weekend's triple treat. And then we have a game to go on Wednesday versus Costa Rica. Will it be an a trick of defeat for Coach Paul Hall? Will we soon hear the Paul Hall out chants? Interesting. It has been one of the tough campaigns. You know, things not going well from various end. And lack of a whole lot of things, and we wanted to believe that we were gonna qualify. Fans will still believe regardless. Cheers. But all right, to get in a call. Caller, good night. You're live.
Yeah, bless up, coach.
Bless up
This is my
yourself,
big up
man.
yourself, and yeah, man. And I know everybody kind of doom and gloom now with the thing, right? But at the end of the day, I still take some positives outside, And one thing that I noticed is that when they changed to three at the back and started playing the 3-5-2, I actually think the team played better. Especially after Kevin Short came on. So even though them lose, I feel like they played decent in the second half at least. But too much too much silly mistakes same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just hard luck, but I I did see slight improvements in the second half. But it just wasn't to be.
Wasn't to be, my friend. It definitely wasn't to be. It was just one of those situations, those scenarios. It's like the team is just things just quite unfortunate on our end. You know?
Yeah.
Quite
What I
unfortunate
say
on our
same
end.
thing.
But I mean, it was just bad, man.
Yeah,
Was just
it's
bad. Go ahead.
but and it was the kind of the same thing for the whole campaign. Just
Mm-hmm.
the team inconsistent. You have times where they show you glimpses and you're like, yeah, this is the team, and then but for majority of the campaign is just not there, man.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, but when the team try to play the ball out, they actually do it well. But we don't know Blake for some reason in always I go for a long kick them like I don't know if in a comfortable doing it or because him not really comfortable playing with defenders that are comfortable on the ball. Cause before pin up them and them man they come low on them man they when he give them the ball him we are still long kick them going. You see me? So
Mm-hmm.
if they're gonna do that, why it makes sense him just do it to you see me? So I don't know, it just wasn't to be coach. But big
Yeah,
up yourself
definitely.
still, man. They are go and check in same way. So go on their thing and
All
bless
right.
up to
What the
everybody. Is
man
it?
name? What the man name?
Say I Rick my name though.
Okay, Rick. Big up yourself, man. And thanks for calling.
Yeah
Thanks,
man, bless up
thanks for
yourself.
tuning in. And just continue to watch and share the content, right?
Yeah man,
All
bless
right.
up.
All right. Big up.
Uh,
This look like Mr. Engineer William, right? All right. That one not connecting at all. Let me see if I can call back that person.
Hello, good night.
Good night. Welcome to the coaches there. This is Mr. William, right? The engineer.
Correct, coach.
Yeah, man. What's up? What say you?
No, I called last night and people were saying that I marked too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Now, coach, you realize I the same mistake Paul will come back again right through the Gold Cup. We sister decide need a CDM. Same thing Tapa get beaten for right throughout. And you mean say Paul will put on the CDM when the match done? You see me how the team look different?
Mm-hmm.
No stealing in big like Park.
Right? When Kevin
The
came
man
in.
bring a half a CDM, you know, and look what half a CDM do. Different, half a CDM make him match different and we get back a goal. Look, we can't play without a CDM because we don't possess the ball, you know, and that's why we can't go far without the CDM. The whole I midfielder defend and I no defender them. As a put in a defender match change, a CDM. Boy, me and I got to Paul all out, you know, me I left that team masses, you know, me just a look what I go on. The team, 1, 2, good CDM going forward. That's all I see.
Yeah.
And we were saying that before Paul even come in as a backup to Tapa with more. You know? I imagine still a say for out World Cup.
Mm-mm.
That make no sense. Enjoy saying that. Me I watch the program right now.
All
Me
right.
there one pan sick leave. That's why I'm in the work.
Oh
I'm in
God.
the pants on tablet. But you let me go take some rum in a coach in the tablet, you know. I
No,
swear.
no man, not touch him, man. We don't want to hurt yourself. Not do it.
Enjoy saying that.
All right, big up yourself, William. Sean was there. Yeah, man, callers. We see the calls coming in. Just watch the show, and if you see somebody on the line, just try and time the call. You know. Caller, good night. You're live. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome, welcome, welcome. The problem that we face is not so much Paul Hall, the situation with Paul Hall. If we talk about the administration, because where's the core, what is the core of the team? Without having a core, is that you have a set of players that have been there over time, and then you try to build on that. You don't
Mm-hmm.
have anything. So with we having 4 years to qualify, 4 years to get prepared, 2 years per se, and then you're going to try and prepare the team and try to win 3 games or 5 games or 6 games in a row in 2 weeks, not possible. Or 2 months, not possible. You must have a set of core players that you have been working with, and then you say, okay, I need a wing back here. Look for a wing back. I need a central midfielder here. I
Mm-hmm.
need a stopper. I need a sweeper. I need a centre forward here. And you look and see how you can improve the team in that aspect. You can't come in and then you change a wholesale change with everybody and expect the team to go and beat a Mexico, a Panama, a Costa Rica. No, no, no. That's not football. If that was so easy, every team or most teams would qualify for the World Cup if it was that easy. You can't just pick up players. It's not something that you just teams have been training for over 2 years together. And you're going to pick up a team for 2 to 3 months and beat those teams? No, no, no. That's not football. You can't do that. Your football don't work like that.
Yeah, man.
You know, and that is what we have been trying to do. Uh, Try and remember when Simoes went to World Cup '98. We had a core working with, and Simoes tried to improve certain areas of the team. We wanted a wing back, we wanted a centre forward. That's why I went for Robbie Earl and those guys, Dean Burton, Paul Alf, and you name it. But he had a core. He had a defensive line that is.
Hello. Look like him gone. Hello. Good night.
This is the coaches there.
Yes, this is the coach's desk. Welcome to the show. You're live.
Yeah, man. Thank you, coach. Coach, let me tell you something, man. Al Hall should have made some serious decision,
Mm-hmm.
because they look like the players, the senior players, and not judging any the former coach, but it seems like those players are really not playing for the cause. And I believe as a new coach, he should have made some changes. Again, I fault him for the substitution. He should have played Kevin Stewart. And if he have
Mm-hmm.
played Kevin, would have had a better result right now. So that's my contribution to the thing. But to me, I believe it's over.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the campaign is over because we can't catch Panama right now. Panama is moving on.
17 points. That's 10 points
Yeah,
above
yeah.
us.
Yeah, man, we can. And even if we win the next 4 games, we have to hope that Panama lose all 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see that happening. I
Mm-mm.
don't see that happening.
Because they
So
lost one and they bounced back, and they have not lost
but
at home. And that was what
exactly,
was
there you
going
go.
against us.
There you go. And we have not won a game. We have not won a game at home, and so forth. So I don't see it happening. And I'm watching the Mexico, Costa Rica, and it's still nil. Also, Costa Rica is still holding its own in Azteca.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to look at that as well. So this is it for me. I think it was Paul Hall is a bit out of his depth. I don't know if he's afraid or timid to make changes, but you just have to be man up, coach a team,
Mm-hmm.
make the changes. And when you start to make some serious changes, coach, people are gonna realize you're serious,
Mm-hmm.
you're serious, So that's my two cents on it. I'm gonna keep watching and listening.
Yeah,
All
man.
right,
Respect, man. Thanks for calling.
no response, cool.
All right. So, people, there you have it. Let me see the other person that was calling. All right. One person is calling back. Caller, good evening. You're live on the show.
Yes, coach, man. This is a sad day for Jamaican football.
I tell you.
I said it. I made a comment. I think last night, and you highlighted it, and I said that
Remind me of your
our
name.
national
Remind
team.
me of your name.
Yeah, this is Horace
Okay,
from New
Oris.
York.
Yeah, man, Oris. Big up.
Yeah, and yeah, man, respect. And I said that our national team is a reflection, is a microcosm of
A
our
society.
society.
Yeah. A lot of people agreed with it.
Really. Yeah, when you think about our government and the mismanagement and the lack of vision, and then it's like the GFF is like them basically take up the cards. You know what I'm saying? As I don't see no reason why we couldn't have, people in the national stadium that have been vaccinated and whatnot. Every other team in CONCACAF, all right, is doing that. Apart from when Mexico and Panama made some homophobic remarks, that FIFA banned spectators. But on the whole, spectators are allowed because people are vaccinated. So I'm saying, and so here we go now with a new regime with Paul Hall, and he has continued the same nonsense with Tapa. I don't understand. We gave up over, I would say, probably 75% of the possession. It's the only time tonight where we show like we could play football is when Stewart came onto the pitch,
Yeah,
and then we
definitely.
started stringing our passes together. Why
Mm-hmm.
why in the world would you have a man like that on the bench that can listen? Speedy is not a CDM. He's not. He's like a conduit to the CDM. Speedy not supposed to appear in front of the two center half them. You see what I'm saying? And the man have Stewart on the bench to hold and allow Panama to dominate position. They are going to score. Probability will tell you that they are going to score if them dominate position of the ball. Them at the ball, like from the defense to the midfield. They dominate the position.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And we cannot survive like that. Moving forward, I don't know. I've been asking the question: how can we string 5 passes together? What's going on with our team? Why we can't string? We just get the ball. The goalkeeper get the ball and then just boot. When I tell him in the first half, we say, Blake get the ball and the man before the man kind of hold on for the ball and settle him. The man just kick back the ball, boom to
Yeah.
the Panamanian. It don't have no rhyme or reason. I mean, I want the man to take instruction from the coach or what's going on and my fear rush of blood at him head. You see what I'm saying? Tonight I would have played King. I don't understand why he carried King and don't play King. I would have played King in this game. I think King would have done a better job than Mariapa. And there is no way this guy Fleming him have no place. The man's a madman. The man, I don't understand it. Where we get these players from? Where we get this Jamaica can't find a better player than Fleming in the local league.
We play for the wing. We are a nation of sprinters. And we can't find decent wingers. Okay. All right. So Leon Bailey out because of injured. All right, because he was supposed to be the talisman. Right? Him out. Him not play one decent game for Jamaica yet. And we that depend on him. Right? When him Gray, we can't get team passport. You want them to say we can't find two good wingers because forget behind the Panama and send two wing back them, you know. Right? That's the biggest. That's a major move for we don't get behind them defense yet. It's one time that they give for about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. We look like a decent team. And when Stuart come out, I know it's frustrating because we had a chance here to go to the World Cup. It's pure is a comedy of errors. Comedy of errors. We are our nation. I mean, they're foreign. I mean, what you are going to Jamaica. I mean, I want to bring in what going to Jamaica with the murder and the violence and all of that, and the irrational and erratic behavior, of our people. It's reflected on the field. On the field of play, when Lowe do, the man that tackle alone basically just damage the whole World Cup campaign. That tackle alone. And now if we make a move, and right now we're going right back in the abyss. So I'm saying, so it's over. It's over. We don't have a chance. Right now, me I watch the Mexico Costa Rica game in the Azteca, 67th minute, and Costa Rica will have won 0-0. See, just try to use them. We don't use our head. So we don't know coach. But I live for cap here still because you bring a lot of information and a lot of vibes, and I appreciate the outlet. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't get the outlet from the mainstream media. See. But you and all of the other platforms, they really bring it. You know what I'm saying? So we appreciate the YouTube and the bloggers and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't have a chance to voice my opinion and my frustration, if it wasn't for you, see, so I give you maximum respect, my brother.
Yeah, man,
see. So that's hold tight to yourself. Yeah, man, hold tight, man. Respect.
Cool. All right. Callers are coming in. Come in, callers. Come in. All right. If you call and you don't get through, just continue try. Caller, good evening. Welcome to the show. You're live on the coach's desk.
Yeah, evening, coach. I was listening the caller just before me, and it's so, brother, it's so hard to really. It's so frustrated when you watch Jamaica play. It's so frustrating because a lot of us ask for Tapper head. A lot of us ask for him head. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I was one who asked for him head. But brother, you ask for Tapper head, and Palala play the same type of football that Tapper was playing. So, brother, if you notice, everybody drop back. Everybody drop back the same way. Tapper was doing it. The same way. You see, like the man said before, you see, if you allow somebody for a possession like that, eventually they're going to score goals. You cannot play 90 minutes of football, and when the only time we start trying to do anything is when we went down 2-1. I don't know if you noticed that, coach. When we went down 2-1, that's when we try to start attack. That means we can't attack. That means we can't attack, We can't attack, brother. It's just that it's come like said, this is the system where them just feel like, brother, Jamaica have players that they can play better football. Even if you don't play one like the Manchester City type of position, you can play an intermediate position. You can play like, all right, yeah, but you can't defend so much throughout the game. You can't do that. It's impossible to get 3 points in these days of football play if you want to sit back like, Paul, I'll have them sit back. And one time I call you show, and the next day after you mentioned something about Juan Carlos Osorio, they need to stop playing games and stop holding on to money and lie about don't having money and this and that, and take a look at these people. I'm not saying you're supposed to go to him, but take a look at these people and look at the type of football that when they coach teams, the football these teams play. Because these defensive football thing, when you have players like that, because the players that they have, they can't even defend. Rafael, Speedy, and the man, it's better you play a type of attacking football than defend. It's better you play, and as before I go, the man mentioned something about Lower, Damian Lower. Damian Lowe, I always like a youth, but I always feel like him not trying to improve. Me not gonna say him, because him said the red card cast the campaign. The campaign did done in a trouble long before Damian Lowe get that red card. But Damian Lowe need to work on this game and stop make him head swell up like him, a Virgil van Dijk, or one of them big centre after. Him need to stop making him head swell up and work on him game. Me not know if him too old now for think him can work on him game. I don't know if that's his maximum, but he need to work on his game if Jamaica got have a chance. If he want to play for Jamaica for the 2026 campaign, he need to work on his game. Brother, good show, love your show, love how you handle the thing and everything, brother. Respect, good night.
Yeah, man, big up yourself, caller. Thanks for calling in. All right, people, like I said before, if you're calling and you realize that the call is not answered, you just simple call back because other callers will be on the line. Big up on yourself. And I'll try to call back some persons who call. Let me see this person that called just now.
Father Minze.
Caller, big up yourself. Welcome to the show.
There, man, on the Colorado side. A Yard Fusion, man.
Yeah, man, Yard Fusion. What go on?
Right now, I'm mad. Because I'm not going to work and sit down and I'm not get nothing to go to work.
Jesus, please.
Eh?
John,
tell me now, I see you leave Cranky for run the show. And Cranky run the show first, and when he say, hopefully you run it better. But watch and you run it better. If Father the top of me the same mistake, oh, you can't do the same thing with Dan? Or what kind of brain man have? Eh?
Sure.
No, just me see man across local, man across foreign. It's not about local or foreign player. Team, if you watch a team not gel. And when the man is never change for 4 days and 3 days, I don't know what they change. Because Messi Anthony chase a ball, I expect Walker to get the ball. Walker the 10 mile down the field. Gone lift the ball.
Well, on the Yard Fusion, we are here.
Oh, what let me see if you know. Oh,
man,
wait, let me lag out the stream.
Hold on, we see Paul Alado. Oh, Paul Alado, something there, right? Oh, they might have it in a Spanish.
Oh, seeing.
The post game press conference. But yeah, all right.
Oh, press conference, Spanish.
Yeah.
Oh, seeing.
Go ahead. We can't hear it.
Yeah, the man I make the same change. Or tapper and I make. Me I watch a game and me could say Ravel tired. Seeing? The man just take out Ravel and put in half time and put in a new youth. Stewie. You see me?
Yeah.
Because watch a man look like I own the man on the field who knows say, what the ball on my foot, they have to foul me if they want it.
But that's a grand play now. That's a judge play.
Yeah,
now.
grand and the man if you not call grand for them a game, the man them mad man. Mad.
So you can know that these players would have gone through an academy and know the thing setting up because
yes, but the man make Tapper look good. Cause if you do them a mistake, Tapper have to look good, you know. What you think, Minzy? Tell me if you don't make Tapper look good.
yeah.
Flemo get enough his chance. No, me not beat player, you know. Yeah. Me as a different player, you know, but Flemo get too much chance. That time for Vassar, little youth from one name Camber. One of them little youth there, one of the school youth them. Them the man no came back. Man get too much chance.
They say in blew him chances them.
Then if me a play so another man say come a worst cash 10 times, I go 10 times, I'm lose, but me not do nothing. What me I go back do?
They say
man losing chance, man.
He max out the chances them.
Losing chance. Then look, we have a ball and we want 1 goal. If first thing can come to your mind, have to kick it 6. Hey man, them now learn now is no brain, madam, no brain. Speedy now. Speedy come off 5 feet, you know. Yeah. I mean, if you don't see it, you know, Speedy make couple back pass and Bobby Reed could have cast goal, you know. The man them come off 5 feet long time. You have 5 change and you sit down, make man sit down on bench and not at all. You take a young youth came down Peru, but take kicking and king and you came back and you pick him nice and you don't give no game.
Yeah.
That's how you name king. Man will develop even and play them.
Man himself at Mobile come from Yard Fusion.
Straight Mobile man. You must know where Mobile come from.
Yeah man, a Mobile man.
Mobile man, we play about the top of everybody man. and Barrett son I pick my goal in my hand. Warren Barrett, the keeper coach.
Okay.
Yeah, and girlfriend live right behind me yard.
Mm.
Yeah. But when we are talk about Jamaica, I know whether Moby or town or west or nobody.
Street.
But want see a good team, want me start work, me see ball play. Me no matter where you want come from.
Yeah.
Cause me a beat, me nah beat. When me a beat, me nah look for people. Me just a beat who forget beating.
Yeah, man.
A man I make you see a mistake that with a man no me know so no see. Me we don't want to say give man next chance making say me can but if I say more develop a play it thing, it not gonna develop. You can't if you see a come in different, you see a play them what you rate my lad, make a man play what type of you use, make them turn over there so who good you use them. We not just stay one side.
Yeah.
I say you go.
Yeah.
You cannot bring them when you want win. We just lose a crucial game and you come the same time. Eh? If the goal is just like a Javian couldn't even move. But he even said Javian tired for say, oh, bring on Lee. When it thing a 1-1. Bring on Lee. You take off taxi and you put on your make change. You know, cover up the right side, no time at all. In a no night game them. You make you see a mistake on top of make. You now cover right side.
But you had Fusion. We see how we play this team without a CDM. And we were at
I get 3.
And we get 3.
I get 3. I still do the same thing.
And we put on a CDM after and we end up close to the
me never get to watch you play. And me say me will want to see you play. So me see man come on, for me see man take a ball, me say, yeah, you with a baller. The man hold him ball and a turn. I make you know say boy steer on so. The man have him man, you know see goal and score. You ever see Jamaica play on ball and score? See man they make a build up and great finish it. If no ball can't go forward cause Anthony I run out the wall me like him going home tomorrow. Me not play next match. Cause me can't come and play so I run out my life so. I mean coach. Coach, me play left back. You see, if you play with the team and the coach, now take off the forward or midfielder now in trouble. You see, next game, me now go. Me done. What me go do? Me not going back. You can go and give up foolishness.
But you know, say if a man then reach like a different argument, that's one them, you know. So you really can't.
Nah, man, nobody can rush him, man. Man, them left them money. Them can't pay man. Them come here. Come broke off them foot. Man, them left them club and come to play. And you, I feed them far, then call the man them ready for man and can train with this side. I'm not sure that thing what could have do so. I'm not sure saying that he not using it. As he same as a boy coach. You got Peru, the first half you play, and no go to score for you. But no, you must can find a couple of players out of that where you see you can down there and use them. You know, you take out the same player them what top of that take, I see when you're taking them. Then you know see nothing, then you're blind. No, alright, what? And you're not beat them, you know. If you don't beat them, YouTubers gonna beat them. You know, say Javan what's up there nice side. You can't tell me nothing. In that carry them back. No, because if me come in as a new coach, me call for you, you can't come. You no come on my match, you know. If man them who couldn't come, what I ain't gonna play, alright, them alright. If man them play no ball, and you no come, you can't play for my team. You have to go come out, stand on the bench and wait. Me they lose it who me see play. I saw me know football go. Who come a training and you play. I saw me know football run.
Yeah, for real. Alright.
You can't take up man. Man a joke, man.
Alright.
Go on, make the next man go on top. Now go on watching.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Man, big up the whole Colorado and big up the whole Mobile.
Not true, we there, man.
Alright, cool.
You have to go be for life, you know?
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Alright, so you had Fusion. Hey, people, even though we give Paul all a hard time, you know, we have to look so the man is still a thinking coach. Because the man realized that the team is in a predicament and the man make a tactical change. Take out Taxi, put on Stewart, and ensure so we have 3 box so him can have Kev do some work. And we look different going forward. So in hindsight, a lot of us have been saying 3 at the back, you know, 5-3-2 or 3-5-2 to nullify the whole Panama thing. So you see, really and truly, you know, people, on know football, you know. So them can't tell we nothing about we don't know football on YouTube, you know. Everybody might not be a coach, But you people have been watching a whole lot of football, so you don't know the thing. Based on the players, them we should have play 5-3-2, and the coach implement that in the game, and it looked different. It had some impetus in the team. One next thing, we never play well with Panama without a defensive midfielder, and we go there the same way I play with Speedy, who's a makeshift. Yeah, man, Flex Supreme, YouTube ball no play on internet, man. It look like a data go on. So we don't know nothing. Anyways, me I call back one caller with that call, you know? So we have to give everybody an equal opportunity. Caller, good evening. We saw that you were calling the coaches desk. What say you? You're live.
Well, I'm out to hurt the boss.
You out to hurt you?
Yeah, I'm out to hurt him, man. I'm really upset, man.
Oh, I mean, I tell you.
But you know what, still, my take coach, he said, Jamaica have a position problem.
Mm-hmm.
And until them fix that, they're going to be the same all the time.
Yeah.
Even when you play lesser teams, them possess the ball better than it. You can't have a team like Panama as Mexico. And the same thing happened in the Mexico game, you know.
Mm-hmm.
As them get the ball, then give back the Panamanian then. And it's like, let us. Like, you can't sustain that, man.
But seriously, you know, caller, we know your health is a wealth tonight. You really feel some hard pain, you know, you need got emergency, you know.
Well, I just upset, man.
Okay. Just checking, you know.
I mean, the previous guy said him for go work and him to go work. I said, think which mean it. So, you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to work in it. Never see that game, yeah. I see that. But they have to fix it. I think Paula had the problem. The problem did long before Paula.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And if it's a mind thing too. It's that thing that where them keep on a calling the players them should have a time in them cap. Say, yo, you know, we're not calling nobody else. The money we work with. And I'm moving forward. And them should have a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So the team will have a better chemistry. You know what I mean? So every time we come on a chip the team, you know, 2-1, you know, 10 man come on. Look at the Panama game, we get 3 love.
Yeah.
You know, like so much players are playing for the first time together. Like a joke thing that at the last stage of the game, that should have stopped long time. So the man with England want to come play. You can't wait until the last round you come.
No, I'm not really them, you know. I'm not really them, you know. Remember, them can't call themselves, you know. These things should have been looked about for quite some time before. So you can't really blame the players, them. You have to blame administration on that.
Yeah, but the amount of names on my ear have fly around the place for the past couple of years. Damani, Gray, and Redman, and all them man, they have fly around.
Yeah, but
you know, if the man that come.
But a passport make them arguing there.
Boy, I still think say it too late. Like we don't know come now, but it shouldn't be at the last stage why and them come at this time. Because the team should have gel already and we have a set 14, 15 man where okay, them man are the core of the team and we go forward. Because we have the talent in us, we have a deep team, you know. All of the money are professional ballers. And I like say, you know, them can't play like how Panama play. But Panama they took it a long time. And that's why them look better than we. Mexico the same thing. So I just open that up, you know. Really and truly.
Somebody cut him off. And Carla come in and cut him off. Carla, good evening. You're live on the show. Yeah, man.
Yes, good night, man. Boy, well, give thanks when I get through still, because I never expect to get through with that Carla. Me I weep. Me feel it real bad.
Yeah, man.
Boy, I don't know. What I have to say still, 2 persons were in the program a long time ago, and them come and show the way, and I think we need to look back at that model. When Captain Burrell and Rene Simoes were in the program. Now, we're talking about the players and we're talking about the coaches, but one of the things that you really need to look at is how JFF structure this thing going forward. I think the administrative side of things is very, very, very important. It's very crucial to our success, and we don't have it right. Current president of JFF, I don't know what he's doing. He's somebody that we don't really see or hear much from. The last time he was embroiled in something in the media. But we need administrators who can really structure the program, bring the program together, pull on the players. For me personally, overseas or local players, it doesn't really matter to me. As long as we have people who are committed to the task and willing to give us the results that we're looking for, I will work with them, wherever them come from, as long as they qualify to play for Jamaica. When Simons was here, he saw what we had and he did a quick thing and he was able to arrange a team, and with the support of Burrell, he was able to carry the team forward. That was 1998. I remember watching the team during then. I was a child then. I remember watching the team and we just going through the ropes and making it to the World Cup. A lot of people know. I wouldn't say a lot. Quite a few persons now are cheering for the team are, not so hot and supporting the team. They don't really know what we went through then. So with that passion burning inside still, and see what is going on now, boy, it's really a pain to my heart. And for the caller, I say, boy, I miss work, watch some ball. Boy, I did a similar thing too. I went to watch the game and my wife vexed with me, so we get from both sides. And now the man them, me not have nothing to hold on to, so I understand that guy. But the administrators need to get it together. They can't pick up a little side, in the heat of the campaign. It's like a Frankenstein thing we have put together. Itchy patchy. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. We need to do better as it relates to organizing ourselves. And it should start at the head of the stream. We are seeing the result of a field program right now. And we need to start at the head of the stream. We need to start looking at the JFF, the administrators who are there, and how them go about the business of Jamaican football. And until we fix that, I don't think we're going to get any better results than what we see right now, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for calling.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Respect.
Just stay tuned. Yeah, man. Cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah, every time.
Ah, boy. A bunch of disappointed Jamaican fans. Trust me. Dre, anyway, there.
Big up, coach. Big up, coach. You fail again to hold on to 3 points.
Feel again, brother. Hold on. Sean Bless are calling up.
Yeah, man.
Sean Bless, big up yourself. You're live.
Yeah, coach.
Sean Bless, you have to turn on your other feed, because we are here tonight. It's an echo.
We'll turn it down.
All right, go ahead.
Sean Bless, you have to turn on it.
Yeah, we'll turn it down, man.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. As I say, good night again to you and Jay.
Yeah, man.
Basically, coach, I not blame the coach, Yes, I can say maybe one or two things on the side, I can say he could have done this, but I'm not blaming the coach. Yeah, the previous coach before him have how much game playing from Gold Cup and reach Royal Cup. You understand what I deal? And this guy only get 2 games on them belt. And be honest with you, in first game, it caused by player for him to win and have 3 points. This second game, it caused by a next player, unfortunately, to equalizer, and it kind of break down the morale of the team and the concentration. So they've conceived a next early goal again. You understand what I deal with? So in the terms of it, I wouldn't blame the coach. Yeah? You understand? He must try. Remember, this man is not a miracle maker. Try to save this World Cup qualifier for it. If the player them the ability and the mindset, the good concentration for something go through. You understand? Remember, I can put the player them out there and tell them how to play, and if they not keep up with that, You understand what I say? You see, well, what me blame him with now. I think we should have started Stuart in this game. That's one thing I blame him with. Yeah.
And Ravel a my baller. You understand? Him should have changed Ravel. You understand? Ravel the need for substitute. You understand what I deal it? So when I look on them error there, I can blame him on them error there. But I not blame him for the lose of the team lose tonight. I say it's fault. The changes them when make. If him never there start Stewart, yeah. When him make, when we conceive that goal in the first half and it come to the second half, we should start Stewart in the second half. Make a change to Ravel with Stewart in the second half right away. You understand what I say? So we strengthen up that mix. You see me? And then again, in Jamaica, when Jamaica play three at the back, we look more solid. You understand? We kind of maintain the ball possession a bit more, and we can break more easily, and we can defend with more easily. You understand what I say? So those are them little errors that I say, you know what? I hope him watch back the game and see where him go wrong and can correct himself to prove him. You understand? So I not really blame the coach. I not really blame the coach. Never point any finger, but that's the player them lack a concentration. Make we do this. You can't just give a coach too much and then you start killing him already. You understand what I say? You start do all kind of bad thing and say, Virgin, me not blame the coach. Yes, the team lack a possession. And if you look on the side when can go Peru and see the first half of the match, how the player them play ball and try to keep up with where him up. And they have more time with them player there. You understand? So them could have more adherent to where him say, and plus them are some younger player them willing to listen and willing to work with the advice where him come with. You understand? These players are seasoned player. You understand what I say? You understand? You see me? So I don't know how other people look on it, but this is how me see it in my view. You understand? So as me I say, blame the coach. More than blame the coach, honestly. And I think the Jeff need to give him the job to start groom some younger player that them can play gel together, you know. So if him need the overseas player them now from England here, where I go want, he can carry them in to mix with the bunch where I already have gel in. Yes, so I said them for just give him the job because get a next coach right now. You have to give him a coach as a job full time to start groom some player and to play theme style of ball and theme style of position. So if you need Paul to build the thing and him have more working ability with you, your system can get to the youth and mind. You know, I think if you just give him the job and done, whether we qualify for this World Cup or not, just give him the job, make him start a new campaign fresh. So him have time to bring some youth and get a good solid core team when he can work with. I don't know how to see it, but that's my
man.
You understand? Yeah, man, bless up, my brother.
All right, Sean, bless. Big up yourself. Stay tuned to the show.
But still, I watch it, man, straight.
All right, big up yourself.
Bless.
Coach Devon, Dre, what say you?
So I think I'm positive, given although the results, never go in our favor. I still see some positive out of this game. I see some strategic changes needed, and the coach know these changes. But coach, every time our head coach get fired, the coaching staff also get replaced. Him bring in and implement his own assistant coaches and stuff. So I'm not sure if it's financial reasons why Paul never change around the coaching staff and get the type of coaches that he would select. I'm satisfied with what was there already. But I don't like the idea of having some of these players from the previous coaching system and philosophy or lack thereof still in the team. And some of these coaches also. So with that said, I see 2 goals where a goalkeeper could have come more convincing and clear a ball inside and 6-yard box that come across. And it wasn't a fierce square. It was a finesse square that came across. So a goalkeeper inside them 6-yard box, 4 yards away actually, because it wasn't even the top of the 6. Could have cleared that more convincingly. And then a rebound give up. And then the follow-up shot wasn't with much power to it, but it beat the goalkeeper at near post on the ground, so he was already on the ground. So I think he could have done better at that too. And also, not Javian Brown, but the trailing player who was playing the left at that point, on the right side, at that point, could have done better with the follow-up, the rebound, whoever was trailing that player. Because the first player who took the shot, Javian had him on the inside and then get out the shot. Now the other player rushing from midfield, nobody trail or pick up that player. So whoever was covering did a poor follow-up at that point. But I see where a CDM was needed drastically, desperately at the second half, and it should have been introduced way earlier than the time that
earlier. Yeah, man, you're right. When the introduction was made, you could see the difference in how the team was playing. Even though some persons are saying that it's one of those situations when Panama felt like they would have gotten set point, game point, so they weren't really pressing. But I didn't see that. I see a Panama team still running at Javian Brown on that side and trying to whip crosses in as well. So I don't know.
We have a glaring need for a right back from Javian Brown, though. Glaring need for years, for months. We've been saying that
from last year. We've been saying that.
Yeah,
we need right back and a central defensive midfielder. We got one. We didn't play him until late in the game. But the fact is that even though it was a late change, though Dre tells me that the coach was thinking. He actually made the change. Cranky never liked the three at the back, but after a while, it was showing that it was working. You know what I mean? So it is a good thing.
Practice with it more often going into the right. But I don't think he's gonna convert to it still. It's still gonna be a back four, I believe.
Yeah. Doreen Brown, big up yourself, Doreen Brown. Good night. Just coming on. People don't understand what goes on behind closed doors with the JFF. Shape my DM head. Coach Devon.
Yes, coach.
Right, so many persons need a box of Panadol right now.
Me I wipe my sorrows, you know.
But yeah, you're bittersweet in a Devon because Canada is up there.
Yeah, well, I understand.
So it's kind of bittersweet for you. But people, Panama can qualify. Panama can qualify automatically, you know. They are within 1 point with the US and Mexico, you know.
Yeah, Mexico just draw with Costa Rica.
Right. So, I mean, anyways, what say you, Coach Devon?
Well, I see lots of positive in this game. I know it will be tough going into Panama after they had beaten us 3-0 at home. I am not gonna bash the coach for anything because he's working with the same personnel. You know, there's nothing changed. Same player. It's only I think Kevin comes in. You know, I mean, it has been going bad from day one. You know, they say we're gone a man and can't come good at evening. You know, what we need to do now is we need to reevaluate where we are. Look at the young players because in 2024 World Cup qualifiers start again. So we have to know what we're gonna do for the next 2 years. You know, are we gonna look at the talented local based players and start giving them exposure? You know, even if we're not gonna get big games, take them down into Central America, play some club team, play some national team if you can get games. Out of the FIFA windows, if you don't have any international games. Even in the Caribbean, you go play the minnows in the Caribbean. Give them some exposure and start building with them and see where it takes us from here. When you find a set of players that you can work with and who is willing to, and then if you have to go overseas and find pieces to fix the puzzle, then you do that. But I always says that I think we have to have a local based team in training at all possible time. Brazil does it, Argentina does it, even though they have most of their players playing overseas. Mexico have 100-year league, so they're stable. Costa Rica have a good league, you know. So if we don't follow that, then it's gonna happen again. The same thing is gonna happen again, where we're gonna start scramble to put a team together. So we need to look at the Kyle Ming, Jimenez, um, that kid at what's his name, Chung, at Harbour View, and start blood them, start get them into the system, and see where it takes us from here. Or else it's gonna happen again, and we're gonna still singing the same song.
All right, we have a caller online before we get cranky in. Go ahead, caller. Welcome to the show again.
Yeah, man. Good evening, gentlemen. You would have remembered my impassioned plea I made last night,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm coming to reiterate what I said, and it's very evident. And I agree with that. That's Coach Devon that was speaking earlier on.
Yes.
He was speaking just a while ago about having a look.
Yes.
Listen, with all seriousness, right now, today, the 30th of January, I am praying to God that we can seriously look and realize that we cannot continue with the mismanagement of football in Jamaica. It has gone on for too long, and we need to stop. We need to stop. We need to stop right now and make the tough decisions and fix the game from the top.
Mm-hmm.
This thing here, this puzzle, what we keep on and try to fit together every World Cup campaign makes no sense. Look at what Canada did. Look, this Canada. Well, you watch the Canada US game today,
Yes, man, we were watching it earlier in the stream.
and that is not even. We never played against even that Canada squad. They have a lot of different players in that squad than what we played. Last man, we have to be serious about how football is not only played on the field. Management is important. Administration is important. The things that we do is important, and that's what is killing us. So we're talking about the talent on the pitch. That's the end result. But until we have a way of playing in the country. We need to just pick a style of play that fits us and try our best to bring our players up. What we're doing is no longer working. It worked 1998. As far as I think, it won't work again. And we're still behind the 8 ball. We're still behind. We have a lot of players, and I'm happy for the players. But guess what happened? They're going up in age. Antonio is 31.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the players are in their 30s and so on. What are we going to do? I told you yesterday, from we last on Thursday, World Cup campaign is done. Because I know that Panama will not be losing all of their games. They must can win one and draw one.
Mm-hmm.
We're sitting on and waiting and hoping and wishing
that another team lose.
Let us learn to take control. Take control, man. I'm sick and tired of this. This makes no sense. We continue down this road.
But Carla, see there, say for example, we're hoping that other teams lost games so that we can, get our campaign on board. Panama lost their game against Costa Rica, but we did nothing against Mexico. So if we were trying to say that, all right, well, hopes our team lose the game and we can take care of things, but we aren't able to take care of things. And that's the sad reality.
You see, again, I tell you, we have a set of individuals. We don't have a team. We don't know how to control the games. We don't know how to control a game from the start. We don't know how to control a game from the 80th minute. We don't know how to control a game from the 10th minute. We don't know how to control a game from the 45th minute. Because we're not confident in each other on the pitch, and it shows.
Carla.
The thing is that every time is almost every game. Oh yes, coach. Hey coach, go ahead.
I am gonna say something that you just said just now. There's a player in England that we were trying to get. I was having dialogue with him, and it's a very good player, top player, you know, and he's a player in the position that we're dying in need of. And you know what he says to me? Yes, we're getting some good players, but it's gonna take a top manager to get them together to play how he wants them to play. And you
That is
just
quite
said it.
obvious.
Yeah.
It is quite obvious. We don't have any pattern of play. Boss man, I wonder if we seriously. And I think you coach has more. You're in Canada, right?
Me?
Yes,
If I'm
man.
not mistaken.
Oh,
Yes.
Devon. Yeah, Devon is in Canada.
Yeah, man, Coach Devon. All right. You watch. You know that this Canadian team plays different from every other team in CONCACAF. You watch how the team line up. Have you ever noticed how they position on the left side of their team, and most of the attack comes through that side?
Yeah.
You ever notice how they play when they played against Mexico? They want them do something I don't see any other team do. They basically had three wingers from the quote unquote wing back to a winger, and even the person who's playing forward is playing as a wide player. And they continuously go down the flanks all the time. They go down that's their strong side. Look in the game, even today against the USA, when the ball was cleared, it cleared to the player on the left side, and he controlled it and went inside and run through the middle of the US players and scored. Play to your strength. What is Jamaica's strength?
Yeah,
We just have Antonio up there run like a madman all over the field. What is our strength? I don't know what kind of football Jamaica play. Can any of you explain to me what kind of football we play? Because I don't know. Are we a counter-attacking team? Are we a defensive team? What kind of team are we?
Well, this coach was saying that possession and a high press. We could see the high press in the early exchange of the game, but then that didn't hold up at all.
Any team, even if you put on 11 95-year-old man, they can press the 30 seconds.
We need to find an identity.
To go
have an identity.
Yes.
But that is going
Play
to happen.
Our strengths. What are our strengths?
But Carla, that is only going to happen when a coach comes in, gets the players that he wants, work with them for over a period of time. Before
but coach, I don't listen. It is bigger than a coach. It is bigger than a coach, though.
Mm-hmm.
It is bigger than a coach, because we will not get the correct coach with a bad administration.
Yes.
And listen me, in business, and I'm sure I hear Cranky talk all the time. I'm sure he's a businessman, and he would understand and appreciate this. Is that companies had to have short-term, mid-term, and long-term plans, and you have to put things in place to achieve these goals. You don't just run into these things by accident. Not by accident. There's a plan, and you have a team in place, and they're different. They're different members of your marketing team, different members of your scouting team. All of these things that work together to make this thing work. And I tell you again, Coach Minzy, I don't want to go and call out nobody's name. I can tell you, money is not a problem in Jamaica. I don't care what nobody else say. Mm-hmm. Doing what I do, I know that money is not a problem here. The money is here. It is to get the money invested in the football that is the problem.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it is that a lot of the persons at the JFF have a bad reputation, and companies are not confident in putting money in them. All right, look at the JPL, Jamaica. Look at the Jamaica Premier League this season. Do you realize that they have gotten more legal corporate sponsors? Do you realize that Victoria Mutual, a company that like a $6 billion profit they make last year or something like that, You know that they're sponsoring the JPL this season. Money is there. This money argument is rubbish. They can't get the money because people don't trust them. There's a big difference. Okay?
Yeah, man.
People don't trust to give them money. But money is here. Coach, I know. You go around, you drive around, you see apartments that go up left, right, and center.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
All over the place. What
Investors,
you think
yeah.
build them?
Money, man. Investors
What you
are
think build
coming
them? Okay. You see Porsche dealership in Jamaica, look how much Porsche up on the road in Jamaica. Money there.
Yeah, man.
They make the man tell us the money not there. But I know because of the terrible administration, people don't trust them to give them their money. But because guess what? You can't get them out because it's a cabal. When which them just move each other around.
Yeah.
They move each other around. That's all them do. Move each other around, and them alone control everything. Listen. I don't even want to go. Trust me. This thing I hurt because I keep on getting the heartbreak over and over and over and over and over and over. I'm in an abusive rate. You see this thing come back. The woman will stay in an abusive relationship. No matter what the man beat them, no matter what happened. And we still come back for more. We still come back for more abuse. We still come for kicking our face. We still come for thumping our face. Because we love the team. This is what eventually happened. What eventually happened to West Indies cricket. People are not passionate about it anymore. Because of the abuse over the years. And the same thing happened to our football.
Well,
to continue on this road.
They did better than us today, than the footballers today. They beat England.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that. Yeah, but you get what I'm saying,
Yeah,
General.
man, I get the
love
point.
is not there. Like we need to seriously stop joking around, and we need to have an identity, and we need to have proper administration in the football, and all of those things that are needed are here in Jamaica. Some people need to get off of them higher horse and leave. If you can't run it, step aside. Be a big man. There are things that you know that you cannot do. Be a big man. I run my team, Sir Minzy. And I know that there are some other members in my unit that are more talented than me. I step aside and allow them to do certain things. That's why I don't do certain things anymore. Because times change. There are other people coming up with more knowledge and they're looking at things much different. They have to get out of the way. If me stand up and run down here, say me you want to go here, say me want to do this, say me want to do that. Because I'm the person in charge. That's abuse of power. And that is not helping the organization. That is bringing down because the organization is not advancing. And the people who have real talent, they're just going to walk away because they must say this is a waste of time. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, man.
All the best. I'm watching the show.
All right.
Cool.
All right. Take care. Yeah, man.
So, Cranky, welcome back.
Yeah, Coach. Long evening. Not a bad outcome. Another frustrated fan base trying to figure out where do we go from here. And by the way, Coach, see this? That's my home. This is my away jersey. Just came late.
Away jersey.
Yeah, Amazon just brought it late today, so maybe it's an omen. This would be a tough outcome. Look, I mean, I think the caller is right in terms of if you want to make really great progress in anything that you do, you have to have vision, you have to have strategy, you have to have a product, and you have to have resources. And I'm not sure any of those really work well for us. I think I lamented the other day, we talked about the team around the lack of quality, and we'll still beat Neo, who gave me a hard time about that. And I think if you look at all the games you have played, you know, you've always talked about the process and or how well you have played. Even sometimes if you don't get the right outcome, right? You know you have a good team. You can see how you play. You know eventually the outcome and the results will be in your favor. But when we watch us play, you don't get optimistic because we look like we struggle. Now, I would agree that the team doesn't have time to blend together. We have disparate parts we're trying to put together. But sometimes, even in that situation, and even though it's a very small cameo, you can see with Kevin Stewart come on today, you can see the quality. Even if he's unfit, which he probably is, hasn't played a lot of football this year. And even though Panama was giving us more room in the second half, the touches tell you and give you some indication of does the player have certain skill set that you can really leverage and utilize. So I do think there's a lot to be done, and every 4 years that pass, it only get worse and worse, it appears, because we've all agreed that we have more players supposedly to choose from, supposedly have more quality, and yet with the same outcome. I have always lamented the fact that the quality is not what it needs to be, even with some of the English-based players, frankly. We don't have the quality in, say, 2 people in every position that are interchangeable that allow you to compete. Because I've always said this, when you can't keep the ball, it's a clear indication in some respect of your quality, no matter what anyone wants to tell you. And we struggle to keep the ball mightily. And since the Gold Cup started, so we played about 13, 14 games. I can't remember us all position, having possession more than any team in any game, which gives you some indication. Now today we scored 2 goals, but for most of the campaign we weren't scoring multiple goals in the game. 1 goal was a penalty. So, and at this point we're all very emotive and all going to be, in my own words, somewhat critical of a lot of different things because it's the frustration that's built up. Sometimes I have to take a step back and be a bit more reflective in terms of what we have seen, not just for the Panama game, but for the whole campaign. Don't know what it means for Paul Hall. Look, I think any new coach is going to make decisions that we all don't agree with. And we scratch our head sometimes, as I did when he brought on Flemo. But the game is not about Flemo or about Powell or about Javan Brown. It's about holistically, as the caller said, do you have leadership? Who's running the program? Do you have the right skill set, the right acumen, critical thinking? You have the right ingredients for you to get the right outcome. And I'm not sure that we do. And until we correct that component, because even if you have quality players at your disposal, you can source. If you don't do a good job of sourcing them, people like Devon have gone on their own trying to help and they get pushed back. And the people in positions can't do it, haven't done it, and they don't want to deputize them to go out and source those players for them. So as the caller said, they're in their own universe. They want to be in positions. That's what you said. They have achieved something. They want to be in the same seat they've been in for years, or they switch the seats around. But I've always said this, which is at some point they have to realize that they're holding back progress. It's not their role to keep. And the masses have to rise up and demand changes, whether it's through the parishes or whatever, if FIFA doesn't change the construct, whatever means that we're using to make change, they have to do so, because this is totally unacceptable that you've gone 20 plus years without qualifying. And yet, unlike any country in the globe, we have a lot of talent distributed across the world, which we can try to source in the football community anyway, and leverage, and we haven't done so. So it's sad, Coach. It's sad.
Yeah, definitely. We have a call online. Tony from Atlanta. Quickly, sir, you're live on the show.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I listen to the program regularly. Good night to all of you gentlemen.
Yeah, man. Good night.
I want to date myself a little bit. I've been watching Jamaica World Cup qualifying campaigns since the days of Jeffrey Mackerel. If you guys can remember that far back. Jeffrey Maxwell, I remember bringing a man called Lenny Dennis. They come down and was just like a big joke. But the one constant throughout all those campaigns, excluding the 98th campaign, is a failure administratively when it comes to our football. I'm going to constantly tell people we don't lack talent on the field. We lack talent administratively and to some extent in the coaching field also. The people them we are around the football of Jamaica, them there for umpteen years and no type of improvement. We go to the World Cup and look at the 2 teams then were in a Jamaica group in the 1998 World Cup and tell me which part for them football there. Croatia have been to a World Cup final since then. Japan is a whole different level than we, and we beat Japan at the 98 World Cup. Administratively, we're not improving. We don't have, I hear Stan Cranky talk all the time about critical thinkers. Basically people can think outside the box when it comes to our football and how to develop the game in Jamaica. It's a joke thing when it comes to how them run the pro. I am convinced that this campaign failure is because of administrative blunder, and to some extent, and also because of coaching. Because basically they knew the shortcomings of the coach before Paul Hall, and they didn't act proactively with regards to getting him replaced.
Okay.
They know the coach had a communication problem and they didn't do anything about it. If you feel that the coach have a communication problem with the fans and a communication problem with you, wouldn't it suggest that he may have a communication problem with him players with regards to how for getting players that get the message across as to how he want them to play and get them to play that way? I appreciate the call. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, man. Respect, man.
Coach, and I like to get your feedback as to what you think about that.
Yeah, man. All right. Listen out. Just listen.
Coach.
Yes.
Yeah, man. The night coach, night panelist. I don't have a long time.
Yeah.
I will start DJ shortly, so I keep it simple. So this one earth, right?
Definitely,
God,
man.
this is the end of the road. I mean, there's one thing to lose, and then there's the manner in which you lost. But no point we were in the game. Even when we were leading, it just was a matter of time. I think even us, we assume that in 2026 it's just a walkover. Yes, Mexico won't be there, Canada won't be there. Canada will be qualified, Mexico will be qualified, USA will be qualified. But right now, we're not even sure that we are the sixth best team. Not a lot to say about the game, except that once again, at least for one of the goals, there was a right back problem. The right back problem has been known now for a couple of years, but certainly on places like Coaches Desk and other social media, we have identified it as a problem. We failed to fix that problem. And, you know what I mean? I'm not going to jump on Javane. He's young. Mistakes do happen. And, but I will do challenge Devon that he's not the finished product. But I'm not going to throw him under the bus. I still think he has a place in Jamaican football. In the short term, at least. And allow him time to develop at his club. It's unfortunate that should fall on the shoulders of a young man. Rough, really, really rough. Because even with the second goal, saw that we like who cancelled. Very much part player. I hope to the cup, and help us to get into the top 50, so that young Jamaicans can move to England and other league, top leagues. And I'm not going to jump on Coach Paul Hall either. It's not easy for a coach to start off with a 3-game losing streak, but it's the most difficult at times. And uneasy is the head that wears the crown. I would urge Coach Paul Hall to be brave, be bold, and as long as it's his job, make the necessary changes so that Jamaican football can prosper. We have an under-20 World Cup coming up. Coach Hall has to take charge of that, because the under-20 is going to be the 2026 core, right? That's 4 years' time. Saw Kevin Stewart make his debut. I think it unfortunately is going to be overshadowed. I think he played decent in the middle of the park. No Anthony Grant, but he's not way off. So I congratulate Kevin Stewart on pinning his flag to Jamaica. He's made his debut. Efficient in the middle of the park. I want to also commend Mikel Antonio for that level quality striker to really put his all into it. I saw him a couple of times in our own 18 yard. I see him on the line at defend, try to head a ball off the goal line. I really wanted, as an ultra, just, hopefully somebody cut and paste this on this to him. We really respect him for choosing Jamaica. We're sorry that we at the World Cup. Maybe we can win a World Cup together. We just stick with the team. And my friend Stan Cranky, in times like this we have to put joke aside. We always banter, but he's my friend. We have met in person. He has been inconsistent in what he says. I can't disagree with anything that he says. There will be a time to be reflective. Was involved in this thing. We tried, but unfortunately our tries fell on deaf ears. Yeah.
You're breaking up, Qatar.
It might take me just I say two more things. In Grant we trust. From coach, I'm tell you, I never see this. When I tell you, I see who was not there at all is 2026. But I never want to be right. I don't want to be right. But no Grant, no World Cup, as simple like that. Anthony Grant is the kind of player that when he's on a field, 3 goals doesn't score. Because he's just not built that way. Jose Mourinho side don't lose. We can lose 2-0. They probably can lose most likely 1-0. But you have to defend the thing. So hopefully we'll find a player like Grant in his mold. A player that chose country over. You chose Jamaica over your club. You're United yesterday. So he's at his new club. And to anyone in England and around the globe, if you're a Jamaican and you want to come and represent us, this is a good place to represent. 3 million people at home, 3 million in the diaspora. It's one team, it's one dream, but the dream turned into a nightmare, coach. And man just depressed, brother. God no, come here, I love this thing to the heart. And I hope that the people that love it can run it. Third coach. God give you everything. God give you everything. He even give you a penalty save today.
Ball hit the woodwork as well.
Anything else, Mr. Coach, I be a bad word I customer your program, so I have to clock off now. I'm going to play the people in music here. Hey, big up every ultra, every team Cataract, the man them hold the faith till the end. You see me, we respect each and every man. Jarvis, Paris, Cyan, Bowen from Jamaica, Phil Jones, you know what I mean? Ricky Danks, Wesley Hall, the whole of the team Cataract, man, them, Doreen Brown. Big up my lawyer, Miss Brian, a.k.a. the law boss. You understand me, I say? No, sleep. I go play music for the people, brother.
All right.
Let me tell you.
Big up
keep
yourself.
it real, coach. This one hurt, man. God give you everything. Everything him give you. And we just dash away.
So I got a match Wednesday staying here?
Yeah, man, I leave my team, brother. When I say Leeds United, I support now 16 years I hurt me take for Leeds, you know. I never know say Jamaica give me more hurt than Leeds. So I not leave my side. I have the other side. It tattoo on my right hand, you know. Tattoo on my right hand say Reggae Boyz. We can't change it. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we a coach, dog. Coach, when the war got people understand enough. A simple man save up his money if you go Qatar, you know. What am I doing that now? And I know there are many others, coach. We deserve to go to a World Cup. When we go in 2026, it water down in a 48 team. Might as well the whole world play. You know, but don't know. Big up every team cataract. And remember, said it's not done, it's not splitting what count of this coach, we get ultras and Reggae Boyz now. And when the fans back in the stand, you will see us, you will know us. You know what I mean? You see me I say?
All right.
We have Grant get the call and we now go a World Cup. So you think a fun and joke? Big up Megatron, the whole team cataract man them. You understand? Yeah, man, me a ball cause my side, maybe it's not a next man's side. Coach, me I leave it and say, me not have no Italy, me no support no Germany, me no support Argentina, me no support Brazil, me no support England, me no support France. I one team having at the world. Big up the next man, them have 2-3 side. You see me I say? When you can enjoy the World Cup, my World Cup done. Yeah, let me tell you, say Jamaica now play, me now watch. It that. Big up Sir Cranky, big up Devon Porter. It's a pleasure working with the one, brother. Pity the people who want to listen to it. I would have J anyway, section 115. Big up the whole West Palm Beach. You know, you understand what I say? We support the team in Orlando to win the Gold Cup. It never happened. Boy, I don't know what else to do. I don't see the other Umbre on the channel. I see the next Umbre, but I don't know. Respect, sir. I can't see the name.
Sean, man. Sean Ellis.
Sean, you're there. Yeah, man. But this no need no debate in a coach. The Jamaica Football Federation screwed the pooch in American terms. Screwed the pooch. Go Google that. Yeah. Yeah, man. I hate that coach.
All right, big up yourself. All right.
So
we have a caller online. Dave from Canada. Go ahead. Are you still there? Look at the caller gone. Hello? Caller couldn't hold on at all. Ian Campbell, welcome to the show.
Wow, Honduras can score.
Ian Campbell,
Hello?
welcome to the show.
Yeah, blessings, coach and panelists. Well, unfortunately it's over, but we can't give up hope. So 2026, we must look ahead and plan for that World Cup and ensure we qualify and change the approach towards qualification for a World Cup. We can't just say we're gonna throw away the UK band players. We have to try and get some of them to remain because you're gonna need senior players going forward, right? There are some players that I think we should forget about, right? But some of the guys like Ethan Pinnock, for instance, he's quality, and we should keep him on. Kevin Stewart and some others, we should try and keep them on and try and build for 2026 in a different manner, right? Because we can't at the last minute go to England to source players. We must source them now and build a cohesive unit for the next cycle, right? Because we keep on doing the same thing over and over again. Get players at the last minute.
All right, the caller hit off Ian Campbell, you know. Caller, good evening, you're live.
Good evening, coach. This question goes to Coach Devon. Pursuing to how like Tema Alliance did say that Whitmore had started to get things right. So we started to draw and it was supposed to have won the last game. Do you still think it was wise to change the coach at such a late stage?
Coach Devon. You're muted, Devon. You're muted.
Yeah, so they said them going to a different.
I can't answer that question. If you think it was right to change the coach at this, I'm not part of the JFF. I did not employ the coach, so I can't answer that question.
Oh, all right. And certainly, as Qatar continuously speaking about we look into 2026, there was an announcement at a meeting this past Wednesday that where some FIFA, the president of FIFA met in Europe and said that they could now have this World Cup every 2 years. Would you anyone support that? That they, if they were to now have this men's World Cup every 2 years?
You asking anybody on the panel, Carla?
Yeah. What is each own opinion upon that to have it every 2 years?
All right, so real quick, I would because you get money from FIFA and the amount of money that you get from FIFA for qualifying for the World Cup. The more often you have it, the more increase our chances of qualifying for the World Cup. And if we do want to get money that can help in building our grassroots and improving our football here and our local leagues too and local players and coaching. So I would be all for it.
As much as we'd like to see World Cup every 2 years, I don't think it's possible because there's so many games played at club level. Plus, it will be too many games in a jam-pack qualifying stage. So I don't think that's feasible.
What say you, caller?
I would support that. It will see to us playing much more often and them personalities. This would give us more chances to see other persons play with other more intense team, get more practice, be able to know each other in a much more way and be able to master others. So, what's your opinion, Coach?
My opinion, too much games I go play. It's a rough on the players them. Especially if you go through a qualifying campaign and travel back and forth and and worse, if Jamaica is looking for players overseas, then it's gonna be very strenuous on those players.
So how is the team going to get to know each other in a much better way then be able to play with each other so them something not continue happening?
So you say the World Cup qualifiers every 2 years would be helping the players to know each other?
Well, when at the post match game, Coach Paul Hall did say that him already initiated some other use this same team again for them to get to know each other because it's a long time that the same team hasn't played often. So that's why he used the same team again. So if then they can know each other more, then be able to play better.
All right.
All right. Thank you. So it's up to everyone. We just have to use the whole mathematics now go our way. If mathematics go our way, just like then say only 3 matches we win in for the 1997 qualifiers or 1998 World Cup qualifiers. We just hope mathematics go our way and we'll see if we can reach fourth place. Thank you.
All right. Big up yourself. Sean. As we pick on Sean run gone.
I can't come back more than I laugh long time.
I laugh. No, I'm
Carla, welcome
listening.
to the show.
I'm listening.
You're live.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, man, go real quick because a lot of calls coming in. Go real quick.
Yeah, man, what I don't like? I don't like to see when defend them and back off with their hand behind them. That's what Taxi do, because before he attacked the man, he was backing off with his hand behind him.
You know what caused that?
That's what.
You know what caused that? Because as a ball brush your hand, you get a penalty. So that's
No,
what.
and as a brush and you get a penalty, you know. Cause my view on it is when you move your hand out of it, space like
No.
you swing your hand.
Yeah, but I mean, at the rule and them are draft a VAR and you're going problem. So most defenders
Carla.
are tackling now. They put their hand behind them, so nobody can
Carla.
say they really
But and all the time then get the call and all the time.
But
I mean, I watch English
Carla, you have to move with the time of football, you know. That is what is happening now. They have to protect. They don't want to give up a penalty. So most footballers our defenders are tackling that way now. Once they're inside the box, they're gonna put their hand behind them.
Carla, did you remember 1997?
All right, respect.
He's gone.
Yeah, man.
I was gonna tell him if you remember in RFK Stadium 1997. Crank, you should remember that. Ian Goodis was 2 yards outside of the box. Kobe Jones square a ball and it hit his hand and it was a penalty. Never seen that yet from a Costa Rican referee.
You only remember Burt Gould. That's all I want to remember. Burton Gould. I don't think you remember.
We have a call online again. As I said, people, the calls are coming in quick and fast. So caller, you have to go ahead real quick.
Yeah, man. I was sending you some messages. I spent a lot of time when the World Cup qualifying campaign before, when Simoes was here. I used to go to the practices and all that stuff. We have certain shortcomings, and I think everybody need to recognize the shortcomings because we won't succeed on the international stage until we recognize those shortcomings, right? Number one, our fields are not excellent, right? So the ball bubbles. You can't play the kind of ball where the man they play in England, where you just roll the ball. The field where the boy them practice on bad, and that is what I'm accustomed to. So the kind of touch where them should have and what these other teams have, we don't have it. We have to take 2 touches on the ball. That's the first thing that Simoes they bring to the man them. The second thing is the other teams can't score on you if they don't have the ball. So you keep ball possession, right? The man say you hold the ball and then you plan your attacks. The man used to stand up on the side of the field and him literally tell the man them when to make the long pass or when to go forward, right? All these lessons have been lost. The other lesson that was lost, he built around a core of local players that played together multiple times a week. Whitmore, Cargill, Shorty Malcolm, right? This kind of rebuilding has to happen. Then he brought in guys like Paul Hall, Dion Burton, and where my guy then him was scored a header in another World Cup, right? And put Bibi on the left side because him said the youth can run and cross good, right? This is the kind of thinking that we need going forward. We should not focus on individual players and what has already passed. We can't change it, right? We have the present and we have the future. So you have to build for the future. The old thinking you have to throw it out the window. Don't look on this man will play for this team and that man will play for that team. Look at the qualities that they bring to the team and whether they will work with the team. Marlon King was excellent, right? But the man was difficult to work with, right? So you put him in a team situation, him and some people going to kick off, right? So it's chemistry, right? Ball control and football intelligence, right? A man can't hold the ball and get frightened and give it to easy, right? I like my guy Low, right? I like him as a defender, right? But I don't have anything bad to say about him. It's just an unlucky tackle when he gets sent off the last game. But me personally, I don't like to talk about individual players, right? Everybody have to pull together to win the game. And this is just the mentality and the kind of thing that was imparted on the team that qualified for the World Cup. And I'm not sure that kind of thinking and maturity is in the current team.
Yeah, call up. But when you look at it still, in the world of football, even though a team plays together as a unit, people are going to call out an individual player.
For what? Why?
For what?
I mean, if somebody make a mistake,
Of course, people are going to call. Remember, a man give away a penalty or give away a goal in a World Cup, and he
It
lost his
happens.
life for that. So
But
people
it
target
happens.
individual.
It happens.
That's what I'm saying. People
I
target
understand. Yeah, no,
individual
that's true.
players. So
True, it happens. But I mean, you wouldn't start going after individual players and say, boy, we need this striker, we need that midfielder. Isn't it? You need a team. That's what you need.
yeah, but
And then
the
if you look,
individuals are ones that make up the team, So if you need pieces
understand,
to a puzzle, then you're also gonna seek out a midfielder or forward or a defender.
right?
In
No,
every
no,
team,
I
Carla,
agree.
in
I agree.
every
Look at the
team,
US team. Look at the US team. Right? They can pick anybody out of their team. And one person get injured, then put somebody else, and they play the same system.
Mm-hmm.
Two people get injured, then put in two. So what we are missing is a system.
And I agree with
We
that.
don't have a system.
I agree with that. But you need players to make up the system.
Well, if the players play the system, then the players don't matter.
But
sure,
that is where the US is.
But hold on, if a player is
sure we
hurt
have
and you
a
put in a player, then you still need the player to play in the system. So if he doesn't understand,
No, I agree.
Yeah, that's
but
the
we
point
have
I'm making.
quality players. But we don't have a system.
Right.
Sure, we have
that
a
is
system.
That is my point.
It
We
might
do
not
not have a
conducive to
system. The
football.
system is.
Somebody saying something?
Well.
No, I said sure we
Yeah,
have a system, but it might not conducive to good football. Sit back and soak up
I don't know
pressure.
if we have a system. that is park the bus. And that is wait for the man them to find a way to break it down and score on you. I mean, that's what Mexico did.
And when we get it back, we give it back to the opponent and defend again.
Exactly.
All right,
So,
Carla. Thanks very much for
appreciate
sharing.
it.
Yeah, man, for sharing.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Respect.
Yeah.
Big up.
Sean, over to you, Sean. What's your take on the game? We tried to say something, man. You just jump off, but now that you're back, let's hear you.
It's the coach.
It's actually insanity. I'm gonna show you what insanity.
Hold on, there, Sean. Let us hear what this caller has to say.
Wait a minute, Sean.
Caller, welcome to the show. Turn down your background, please.
Yes, sir.
You have about 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of blame the coach for what happened now. Since we have this problem with the right back situation, the best thing they should have done is go to a 3-5-2 because the extra defender would create a better coverage for the wing back instead of the wingers. Wingers couldn't do it. And with the 3-5-2, the wing back would
I like that.
Sorry?
Yeah, man.
I like
Somebody
that.
said, yeah.
I've been preaching that all
right?
campaign.
And today he could have been a little more creative. What he could have done, Taxi could have been in the back three and Greg Lay played the left back, and they could interchange with going forward and covering each other. And that would have created a little flexibility.
Okay.
So we have the utilization of the players is poor. It is. I don't like strong-headed coaches who are consistent with this 4-4-3, 4-4-2. We don't have the players to play that. You need world-class players like a Van Dijk to play 4-4-2 or 4-4-3.
Yeah, but he was.
If we don't have that, we have to improvise.
But he was creative. He changed the system.
After the fact.
Yeah, after the fact.
Yes, after the fact.
But he got a goal.
He should have done this from the next. Yes, he got a goal. Yes, Ravel got a taken down and got a penalty, and Andre scored. But if we were playing that before, we wouldn't be conceding 3 goals, and we wouldn't concede 3 goals in the next game either. We have players, but the coaches need to be creative. That's all I have to say. And I don't understand though. Jamaica never had a midfield problem since I've been watching them since the 70s, 80s. We only had finishers who couldn't finish. And I noticed since the last 8 years, we can't find a midfielder. We can't pass the ball in the middle. I remember when Noah Sterling and Alan Latia and those guys were playing, we were passing the ball around. But now we can't find guys to pass the ball around, which is, I don't think it's the players. I just think it's the system that the coaches are trying to play.
Those players then that you call are in a different category, you know. Those are class players.
Alan Latia,
Yeah, those are class players.
they didn't have a lot of international experience. Only one went to, I think Sterling went to Finland, and that's it. But these guys know how to pass the ball. The midfield was never a Jamaican problem until 8 years ago.
True.
I don't get it.
Yeah, and it is something that
know,
the powers that be has to look into going forward. But big up yourself.
And
yeah, go ahead with the
yes,
last point.
yes,
Go ahead.
yeah. We are not producing CDMs. I remember Boy Stone used to have a lot of CDMs like Joe Downer and the Hardware brothers. You know, we're not producing CDMs. We used to have them once, but we're not. Cargill and Anglin. We're not producing locally. We're not producing these kind of players.
Okay.
So, you know, yeah. That's all I have to say. You know, we have to look into this. Yeah, look into what we're doing.
All right, Carla. Big up.
Good night, gentlemen. Yeah, man.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, Sean, before no more call come in.
Sean, you hear that? You hear them two names them called Hardware's Milton and Devon Hardware Sticky Dog. Honor diligence and service.
Honor diligence and service. Bless.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sean.
So, Coach, I say it's insanity, insanity, insanity. Now, let's take a look at what insanity looks like. Let's take a look at what insanity looks like. So, we qualified in 1998, barely qualified, all right? And we missed the next one in 2002. And we said, well, let's look forward to 2006 and, you know, don't really make any changes, don't really implement any plan in 2006. We missed that. So we said, let's look to 2010. We missed that. Let's look to 2014. No real changes. Missed that. 2018, gone. 2022, that just gone. And you are telling me I should now look to 2026 with what?
With 3 teams out. 3 of the top teams out.
With one eye. And faith. Yeah, so let's look to 2026 with hope and faith.
With
Coach,
3 of the top teams out.
I think it's not a player thing. It's not the players, because you have players that are beating up Jamaica with a player pool that is significantly lesser than what we have. So it's not a player thing. I think it needs to start with the administration. They need to come up with a plan. And the government, to some extent, has to be involved or be a part of that plan, because unless we have the finances coming in from private sector, it's going to be hard for this team to put the things in place that they are going to need to qualify for a World Cup, for the team to travel the way it should and play the amount of games that it needs to. It's going to need the private sector to buy into this. So it's the admin. They need to come up with a plan. And then after the plan comes the coaches or the coach. And with the coach comes the system or chemistry, whichever one you want to go with. Some people say chemistry is not important. Okay, so you must have a system then. So the coach implement the system or create the chemistry. And then after that comes the players. But if we don't transition from this game with a plan, 2026 will be right out the window. Because I'm going to tell you what the JFF is going to do. After this window, they will not call the international players to save money, right?
Yeah, they did say it.
And they are going to then play with a set of local local-based players, and I have nothing against the local-based players. So let me rephrase that by saying they are going to play with a set of players that are not of the quality to make it into 2026. And when the World Cup qualifiers start, then they are going to recall all the international players, and not just the current ones, a new set of international players. It's what we have been doing, and it hasn't been working. So am I supposed to look to 2026 with what? Hope and faith? I don't think so.
Wow. Insanity.
So Sean refused to give up on so he moved from coach to insanity. And still a set of players have the requisite quality that's required for us to be successful. So when insanity changed, Sean, what's the next thing? You only have 3 key things, You have the administration, right? And you have the product, and you have resources. They're the main ingredients for success. So if you're saying it's the administration, which is going to take out, and we probably challenge your resources, you still have the product on the field. Even with a poor administration and lack of resources, you can still overcome challenges with product.
Yes. Stan, the key. So let me go down the list. I have administration, I have plan, then I have coach, and I have system/chemistry, and then players. So that's 6 things, 5 or 6 things that I just listed. I do agree with you that with poor administration, with poor fields, if you have a proper plan in place, we can still qualify with all the inefficiencies that we have going on within the administration. We just don't have a proper plan.
Sean, let me just say something, Sean. A caller talked about the fields, and you just mentioned the fields. So I don't disagree. We need to improve our facilities. But everyone, please listen. When we go overseas and play, we played a Chevron today, which looked like a hybrid of a carpet and AstroTurf. We still had 27% possession halfway through the game. We had a Chevron we're playing on where the ball bounced right. Whether you're English based or Jamaican based, we still can't keep the ball. We are blaming our tools, and our product is not sufficient to allow them to be successful. And I could go to the team today and name you players who are not at the right standard. And it's not they're not good players. They're not good enough for what we're trying to do. They're just not. Now, does coaching matter? Of course coaching matter, especially to motivate you, to lead you, to guide you, to figure out how to maneuver and manipulate and beat your opponent. Of course, you need administration. But if your product is inferior product, and that's not to denigrate anyone or belittle any person on the team, inferior to the opposition, you're going to be challenged. If you have played 14 games or 15 games, you have never in any game come close to having 50% possession, something is wrong with your team.
All right. I don't want to get into the quality debate because I don't think Jamaica is lacking the quality. Stan, which team are you a fan of? Arsenal?
Yes, I'm an Arsenal fan.
Are you familiar with Manchester United?
I'm familiar with most of the teams in the Premier League, yes.
They suck right now, right?
They don't suck. They're in about 5th or 6th place. They have a lot of parts that don't connect really well. And when we talk about quality, let me just say this about Man U because I heard this theory before. Maguire, their 2 center midfielders, an old icon. They have a bunch of gaps in their team, which people don't seem to realize because they all think they have quality with pedigree. Either they cost a lot of money or if they past accomplishment. Go look at those players collectively and they're challenged. My team, Sean, is getting rid of, you know what we do? We have to fire every single player we have because they weren't good enough. That's why we can't make top 4. Almost everyone we have, look which players we have lost, even if we have no replacement, we say we don't want you because you're not going to be good enough.
The point that I wanted to make regarding Manchester United, it's not that they lack the quality. It's not the quality because the quality is there. It's either system or chemistry. I don't think it's an administrative thing. I mean, it might be. I don't know what goes on behind the system, so it might be an admin thing. but it's not the quality of the players. It's the system and it is the chemistry. Now, let me go back to this plan thing. The JFF needs to have a plan in place, because even if they have a 23-man player and all the 23 players are of the caliber of Mikel Antonio, if they do not have a proper plan in place, 2026 is going to come around and we are going to be looking to 2030. Because what's going to happen, again, it's been happening. They are going to call players in the middle of the World Cup campaign. You are going to get to a stage where we are in a win or go home match, and we are going to be capping players in the middle of a win or go home match. The JFF needs to have a plan in place where they say, look, okay, this is the plan going forward. If you don't play this amount of games for the team by this amount of date, you cannot make the pool. They need to send out they just need to send out blanket invitations to every person that is eligible above the age of 16 that can play for Jamaica, and say, if you don't respond by such a date, you cannot play for Jamaica. Because what these players are doing is they are waiting until the very last minute to see if they make it into the England squad, and if they don't, they jump on the Jamaica bandwagon. So they need to make it clear that there is a cutoff date where if you don't start the process of obtaining a Jamaican passport, you cannot play for Jamaica. If you don't play X amount of games for the country by whatever date, you cannot play for Jamaica. If you don't play in at the Gold Cup,
so Sean, I must have you right there. One question for you.
If you are available to play in the Gold Cup and you don't play in the Gold Cup, you cannot represent Jamaica, or at least play in the Nations League. You cannot play for Jamaica.
So Sean, I have a question
to
for
have
you.
some type of plan going forward.
Here's my question for you, Sean. So let's say we have no English-born or based players in the team. Do you think we would have had a better campaign?
If we no, because we don't have a sufficient plan. If we had all local based players, I'm gonna tell you this. If we had all local based players and we had the proper plan in place, we could have still made it to the World Cup with all local based players if we had the proper plan. Now, what is happening is that we don't have the proper plan in place. So we have to overcompensate by reaching for players overseas to make up for the lack of a proper plan. It needs to start with a plan.
Okay. I totally disagree with you, but that's just my view, and it's your view, and I have to respect your view.
Can I just chime in, Cranky? Good night, everybody.
Sure. I want to beat you now. You know, I'm not
No.
beat you. You know, I beat you. So come in.
It's all right. My back broad. We can't take beating. You're going to talk, Coach Devon? Let me defer to you.
No, go. I'll come in after.
So, you know, I think that it's interesting, right? Because I hear what Sean is saying, and I hear Cranky threatening to beat me because Cranky and I have been debating if the issue is quality or preparation. And I actually believe that what Sean is saying, in a sense, is he's referring to preparation. I understand. Yes. I understand Cranky's point. Of course, quality is something that we strive for, and if you know, we've been saying since we started this thing. Well, Coach started it, and we've come on as panelists that you know, we want the best players possible, which is true. And I think when we say that, we're referring to quality. Nevertheless, we've seen time and time again, right, that there's always a better player out there. At some point in time, we don't have to stop turning our heads and saying, hey, this guy might be better, or that guy might be better. And, you know, the truth is we're going to always try. We have a large Jamaican population in Britain, and we have guys who are going into play, and there are lots of people who are going to always be available to us, regardless of that. Regardless of the quality that is available. I'm not saying that we shouldn't take the quality. We absolutely lack the preparation it takes to groom a team to carry us to the World Cup. And we needed to look no further than Panama, who we play tonight. Panama have some quality players for sure. But I don't think that people would look at Panama and say, well, boy, they have a whole lot of quality. What Panama has is a whole lot of preparation. They've been playing together forever. They have players who played, I guess, in the last World Cup, I think, or some World Cup in Russia, I don't know. You know, they've been playing since they were young. And it's not to say that we are going to put limits on overseas players and have some kind of quota business and whatever. I mean, I am completely against that. But what I'm for is if we're going to have these quality players, we need to have training camps in that are assembled in Britain. We need to have simultaneous training camps that are assembled in Jamaica. We need to take the quality where we can get it, but we also need continuity and preparation. Because to me, quality is sufficient, but it is not, it is not the end all be all of what will take us to the World Cup. What we need is continuity, preparation, planning, and patience. As I said before, Panama beat us tonight. You know what? I can't necessarily say, with a few exceptions, I can't say that any of the guys played poorly tonight. But what I saw was a prepared team who, even having gone one down, because of their preparation, stuck to their game plan and they came back. And so if you ask me if we won tonight, I would have been happy. If we won tonight, did we deserve it? Compared to a team who has been preparing forever and sticking it out and having this continuity, we would have been, the truth is that maybe we wouldn't have deserved it if I was an objective person, but I'm Jamaican and therefore I would have reveled in it. But that's just my contribution for now. So I'm gonna put myself on mute so Cranky can beat me.
No, I'm gonna go to Mannix. I'm gonna go to Devin and then Mannix man next.
And Neo, I agree with you 100%. And with Manning's man here, he can attest to this too. I have been asking about that under 20 team, last under 20 team that we assembled. I think what's his name? Jerry was the coach. The same team that came back 2-0 down against Mexico and drew 2-2. I have been asking what happened to that team. Yes, there are a couple of them probably in the national setup. There are a couple of them probably overseas and contract. But has the JFF look at these players in a FIFA date when we are idle, even if the national team is playing? These are the next generation, and says, okay, Barbados doesn't have an international game. Cayman doesn't have an international game. Let's get these youngsters assembled and bring them into those places to play some friendly, give them the exposure.
Cap them.
You understand what I'm saying? Give them some exposure and build
Can I just
on
say
them.
something real quick?
I don't want to cut anybody off or kind of disrupt the cipher here, but Statsmith, you mentioned that under 20 team, and it brings me back to my point. It is planning and preparation. That under 20 team, if my memory serves me correctly, that under 20 team was assembled, and anybody out there who knows any difference, please feel free to correct me if I am wrong. But to the best of my knowledge, that under 20 team was put together 2 weeks before the competition. If I am wrong, please correct me. 2 weeks before the competition. And that under 20 team, the only reason why they did not advance, well, they tied the group with Mexico on the same amount of points, but Mexico beat them on goal difference. And Mexico went on to advance and make it to the under 20 World Cup, which brings me back to it's not the quality, because if we can just throw together 11 players 2 weeks before a major international competition and we drew the group with one of the best teams in the region, who then went on to the World Cup and made a run in the under 20 World Cup, then it's not the quality, it's the preparation. And then what happened to those players? They just disappeared.
Sean, I'm confused.
Sean, listen.
I'm confused.
Hold on, Craig.
No, wait, Devin, before me respond, Devin, please. I confused. You just said they only had 2 weeks to prepare, and they made it to the final. So it's not the quality, it's the lack of preparation. But how can you prepare in 2 weeks? I'm confused.
Stan, hold on. Yes, Stan, there is no preparation in 2 weeks. You cannot bring together a team in 2 weeks and create any type of chemistry and any type of system. But if they had been planning prior to that, then they could have had a plan and a system in place. I'm not saying you're going to plan in 2 weeks. And the same thing, or the same point that my stats mate was making is what happened to the team after that. So there was no preparation before the competition. We just threw them together 2 weeks before the competition. They almost made it, and then we just dropped them.
So Sean, what I think that Crank is saying, that if it's 2 weeks preparation, there must be some quality in those players for them to perform at such a high level. But what I'm saying is that we need to revisit that team, and we need to start plucking these players, these same players from that under 20 team, and start putting them back in motion right now. And when I said no, I mean starting tomorrow, right now. These players must be I think McGee was there, Walker was there, same way. There is what's his name, the striker, what they call him, Power Party, Nicky Daly. All those players, we need to get these players, because we should have been preparing these players for 2026 already, because they are the next generation, and that was 2 years ago. So you would have for 2026 how many years in preparation with these players? So we need to find them now. And if the JFF is not willing to reach out to these players, I will take it up on my head, and I know Manning's man will help me to find these players and bring them back into the fold.
Manning's man, what say you?
That under 20 team, right? So when I really analyze stuff, because when you look at the Mexico team, well, good evening to everyone on the panel. Sorry about my manners, to the persons in the comment section, right? That under 20 team, only Diego Lainez, I think, from that under 20 team is in the present Mexico squad. Of course, he came on and made a significant difference in the game that we played. So that is probably saying that in terms of transition, you understand that and that a lot of players transition, not because they play under 20 mean that they go necessarily transition into a senior team. There was a time when Ghana was one of the most dominant U teams at under 17, and they just weren't having the players coming through. You see that with Brazil. Brazil will have these under 20 teams that do well, and then only a couple of players make it into the Brazil team because they have such a big pool. Why I can agree with Mr. Porter is that we have to find a way of developing continuity in the programs that we run as a nation. All right. I do agree that we have to. I think we end up getting players that are available for Jamaica, and Cranky always say this, instead of recruiting players that fit best what we want to do. I don't think we can just go and take up every player that says he wants to represent Jamaica, regardless of the league he's playing in, which ties into the whole idea of preparation. We need to make up our minds and say, listen, where are the areas that Jamaica has struggled over the years? Over the years, we have always found good goalkeepers. So I don't think we needed to go for Dylan Barnes, because we have always produced good enough goalkeepers locally. All right? So We could have found somebody else. That is a recruiting problem. Not that Dylan Barnes did anything. You understand? I'm just giving an example. That's a recruiting problem. We need to recruit right. We never needed to go for Wes Harding. We went for Wes Harding. That's for recruitment. So because we're not preparing, then the recruiting is wrong. We find players that they don't even play together well, even though they play at the highest level. I don't think, for example, Leon Moore and Ethan Pinnock, though they are two good players, play well together. Or they never look well together. It could be the coach's issue, but I think some of it is a recruiting issue. We should have looked at Ethan Pinnock from the very beginning, from the first game, and said, listen, this man is going to be the leader in our defense. Who do we want to put around him to build out our defense? I don't think we have that kind of planning in our system. What we do is, all right, you hear this player, all right, let's get him, let's get him, let's get him, let's get him, let's get him. And we keep chopping and changing, chopping and changing. Do you know that we have not played since the Gold Cup? We have not played the same starting 11 in 2 consecutive games. Like, we're probably the only team. Even City, who rotates player in the Premier League, use the same team. And so my thing is that, listen, we need to probably forget about 2026 and build a program for 2020, 2030. Like,
it's not too late for 26.
Huh?
It's not too late for 26.
No, follow me. We need to do what Simoes did. Simoes came to Jamaica not to qualify for 1998, but to qualify for the World Cup in 2002. We qualified in 1998 and we lost focus. What we need to do is to put in place a plan where we find some 17, 18-year-old from now, start working with 2030 in mind. If we qualify for 2026, that's good. We're going there. But the big goal is that we're setting it for 2030. We may get into 2026, but we need to qualify for 2030. So we need to develop a philosophy from now. Get them together from 16, 17. Like get 80 of them because it's cheaper. Here is why it's cheaper. If you call my 16-year-old son to a camp, I am willing to pay some of the money because I know that he's going to get better and he could get a contract. So there are parents out there that at the junior level, they are willing to contribute to the development of their kids. So if the national program have a system where bring these 16 and 17-year-old to this weekend camp, there are parents who would pay the money to do that because the parents know that if they keep doing these camps, after a year, they could get a contract overseas. I think that's part of the plan. Now, when you get to 20, like for 2026, when you get to the beginning, January of 2024, anybody else you want to add needs to be added to the squad. And you still leave 2 spots for high quality. But like you were saying earlier, there has to be a closeout date. And if it is 10 players from elsewhere, that's fine. But they must come in. We cannot have people coming in. It's not fair to the people coming in. It's not fair to Antonio to come and join the Jamaica team. No, it's not fair to him. It's going to make him look poorer than he poor. It's not fair to Ethan Pinnock. We need to have these guys in and get them accustomed to the system and to the country and to the culture, all of these things. And until some of these things are done, we're going to keep having these discussions. Government need to get involved. We can't have a national football thing and the program operates by itself and the government don't keep it accountable. There's nothing. It can't operate like that. There's no improvement. If our local league cannot be sponsored, then how the GFF going to get money?
So, Management, I have a question for you as you go along, as you go on this dissertation or this soliloquy.
I'm done.
So, would you bring into the fold locally developed players who seem to be, you have your team, you have your construct, you have your window, and you have your solid whatever number you have. Would you bring in local developed players that are playing really well, they've gotten contract overseas, or are you just going to exclude foreign-based players who you believe is going to disrupt the program? How does that work for locally developed players? So if I have Pearson and I have Jimenez and all these players who are coming through, they're doing really well, they've gotten contract, but they weren't in that 24 or 26 or 30, would you also bring them in, or would you exclude them?
That's what I'm saying. There are players here, so I'm going to be playing games. The national team, I'm not going back to the past, but you have to look at systems that work and take transferable principles. Part of the principle that work in the past is that there was a local group of players because Simoes had an under-17 team, under-20 team, under-23 team, and a national team. And many times when they had camps back in those days, they had the camp with the under-23, the under-20. So like Anandelo, a lot of these guys came from the under-23 and they replaced, after I think 2 years, they replaced the older guys in the senior team. So here's what's going to happen. All of these guys are available. We're going to still call them whether they are overseas, but we still need to be working on some of these players to build a system and a chemistry. If I have Pearson now in these camps, when he comes back at 23, he already knows some of the core principles that we play with and stuff. And I'm saying for the other players who never had that and I see them, I'm giving them, it's not fair. It would not be fair to like Damari Gray to come and play in the next. It's not fair to him and it's not fair to the players who have been there.
Yeah,
so
look, I mean,
bring him in. Bring him in. All I'm saying is just bring in your Damari Gray a year leading up or 6 months before the qualifiers start. If we don't do that, we're going to keep going through the same cycle.
So I don't disagree. I mean,
it's not that they are. It's not that they are bringing. So it's not that they are bringing in the players late. So it's not that they should bring in Damari Gray. No, the thing is, they are going to reach out to players. Even if they reach out to some players right now, the player's going to say, well, no, I'm weighing my option. I want to see what happens at the end of the season. I want to see what blah, 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 etc., which just means that they are trying to play, want to see if they qualify for the England team or Canada team or whomever before they commit to Jamaica. So if Jamaica has a thing where they say, look, if you don't play this many games in nation leagues or this many games in the Gold Cup, you cannot play for Jamaica. And if you don't get capped before a certain date, you cannot play for Jamaica. So they need to have something in writing where the players know, say, is either you're in or you're out. You cannot be riding the fence to see what happened. And then during the middle of the World Cup campaign is when you want to join the bandwagon.
So I'll say a couple things to that. One is, I don't think you should have any criteria when a player can come in. So Godfrey, Calvin Phillips, and
there's always an exception to the rules.
Wait, Sean, let me finish. All have reached out to Jamaica, and Jamaica denied them. So should they say I will never play for Jamaica again? Because Jamaica. So you can deny me, but I can't deny you. Is that what you're saying?
No.
But that's what you're saying.
Stan, no. What I am saying is there should be a deadline for when a player needs to be capped, right? There is always an exception to the rule. If we find the next gem and it's the first game of the World Cup campaign, I don't think we should say, hey, it's too late for the man to come join the squad. But at least if we put it out there and let players know that you need to play a certain amount of games and you need to be capped before a certain timeline. One of the biggest issues that we are having right now is that players are riding the fence. They want to see if they qualify for England first. If that now go well, then they join the Jamaica bandwagon late. And that is a part of the problem that we have been having.
I think Jamaica shouldn't recruit overseas players. I think Jamaica should just use the players who are born in Jamaica, developed in Jamaica, and let them go represent the national team.
But Cranky, can I just let me just address something, Sean.
He's being facetious. I do
not think that we should be having exclusionary policies about which players and which timeline. I don't really believe in it, because the truth is there are some players who are going to be able to we are going to be able to attract. The problem is that we have poor recruitment, poor management, and poor communication. We should be communicating with players overseas as well as in Jamaica. We should be communicating with them from a long time. We should identify them sooner and keep channels going between these players. Now, you're perfectly right. Some players might opt to play for England, and some players might not make the English team and decide to play for Jamaica. And I will welcome them with open arms. You understand? Because they're Jamaican too, and they decide to do it. Some people are going to say, well, it's not fair to these other players. I don't want to hurt anybody's feeling, but what we want is to have a team that we want the best team we can get. Now, where you and I agree, Sean, is that it has to be timely. It can't be just on the spur of the moment and we're chopping and putting together like management, because that is also an issue. So I think that the problem we're having here is a management issue. And I just caution people, we can whistle and ride. There are ways and procedures that we can employ, right? And if the JFF was doing this and we didn't, because really,
Hold on,
I'm
hold
telling
on here.
you,
Hold on here. Somebody has some music playing in the background. Might not get the stage this stuff copywritten. So you need to mute your mic.
Yeah, in fact, if you're not speaking, you probably should just mute. Go ahead, Neil.
right. So what I was gonna say is that right now it seems that there is this odd ad hoc recruitment policy and people parachuting in at different various times, players who have been identified, and then we call them last minute when we know of them from a long time ago. What I'm saying is we need a situation where we identify these players and are tracking them, that we communicate with these players and let them know that we are interested. And furthermore, nothing attracts good players like a successful team. And therefore, if we have these exclusionary policies and we're not good, then who's gonna come? Because we're telling them, listen, if you don't come from me early, we don't want you. But why should they come if Jamaica is always losing? And so I don't want to exclude. I want a policy of communication and tracking and recruitment that is
Neil,
going to rival. I'm coming. Doesn't me finish this sentence. That rivals what the other teams do, because that is how they go about their business. You go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
Neil, let me say one thing, then I hop off. I'm not staying for long. Jamaica could have qualified. You know how? We had it. The problem is why we're having 4 strikers when we need midfielders. Where's Hector? Huh? Where's Hector?
Brother, I agree with you. I can't. I don't know.
When Kevin Stewart came on the field, we started playing better. We put the Panamanians under pressure. We needed a midfielder. The players are there. The motivation is there. It's just the decision making of the Jamaican FA that is messing us up. We need to get some of them out. Matter of fact, all of them need to leave. Give Bob Marley daughter the thing tomorrow. Like, I hear so much good ideas, even from Simon and Cataract, how to get in contact with these players, right? We know where we have deficiencies, where we can't get them locally. Why not use England? Because the English players, they're better defensively. They're more organized. They're more structured. We could mix it, because our local players, they like to do the trick, the dance, the South American style. Because you saw when Walker came on, right? The other guy was going straight. Walker stopped and cut the guy. Like, yo, I'm like, yes, finally, cut him up, because that's how we play. Right?
I've been saying that to these guys. I'm like, yo, this is why we need to consider Walker for this game. Go ahead.
We had it. We were close. I feel for Paul Hall, because they're gonna hit him, and he's not the one that needs to be hit. It's the organization, because we don't need to go for the Winfred Schaefer's of the world, because we can't afford them. We got credible people that want to help former players. We could use that resource. I believe 2026, if we just look at all the mistakes we make and try not to make them again, we'll qualify.
So
And I don't add one last thing. And so I agree with what you just said. And one last thing, just to everybody on here, including the panelists and the people in the chat. We cannot let up. Okay? Everybody might take a holiday from football for a little bit, that's fine. But we cannot let up. I know that we didn't qualify. I know that things looks bad. But brothers and sisters, I kind of feel like what started on YouTube really and truly affected the program in a positive way. And if we are not looking at them and have them under the magnifying glass, then they'll go back to their old ways. And to be honest with you, it wasn't successful tonight, but I think the old ways would have been worse. So I rest my case right there.
So two things. One is I'll read Brain Drain's super chat. Shouts, tap on the lost in last four and runs away. Okay. We're not talking about Tap anymore. He's no longer the coach. Richard, good night. How are you doing?
Good night, Crank. Good night. Good night, esteemed panelists. Good to be here. How am I doing? That's a good question, Stan. I've got a poem in front of me. I will either. I'm tempted to perform it now or wait until the closing. It depends how it goes. I'm listening. In fact, I'll tell you at the outset, I'm doing a lot of listening. I will be doing a lot of listening attentively to the vlogosphere to gather and assess the lay of the land. We all have two ears. We all have one mouth. Sometimes it's better to listen with the two ears than talk a bag of something with one mouth. I'm listening to Coach's desk. Sean is above me. Good evening, Sean.
Sean is on mute.
Good evening, sir. How you doing today?
I'm well. And good manners as well, on mute as well. That's beautiful manners. Mannings, I've heard you on this show and on Ryan LFC. Coach Devon is always a pleasure. Dre, big up Dre. Neo, I can only say that yes, sir. Everything I've heard Neo say, I personally would have to say I'm absolutely in 110% agreement. I have a tear. I'll tell you now. I have a tear in my left eye, Stan, because Jamaica had a dream. It's been a dream that's been ongoing. I'll tell you now, instantly, I listened to Sean for the last few, Sean Ellis, I listened to you, and I was a little disconcerted by what you were saying pertaining to the playing of a large crop of locally developed talent at the expense of potentially the greatest crop of Jamaican players we've had across the diaspora in many a generation. Interesting, if you firmly believe that, if you firmly believe in things like giving players and individuals a certain amount of time to pick or to choose and make a decision, a little disconcerted. However, I respect, I get it, get me now, I respect your opinion and right to hold an opinion, and discussions will have to be frank and forthcoming over the next few weeks and years to come, no doubt. Following this campaign, man, I've heard some of the things that you were saying. You have made an outstanding contribution on Ryan LFC pertaining to Jamaica going forward. I'm going to read this poem and then I'm going to leave it to you, gentlemen, to pick up the slack because something has to give. I was on Talawa TV a little earlier. Talawa, Crystal, full respect. Crystal said that it's the same old, rinse, dry, and repeat. Something needs to give, and the JFF have got to be called to account. It may be a case of reboot. My word for tonight is reboot. A reboot. I don't know if we are a David or a Goliath. I joined the bandwagon, the Juta bus, mid Gold Cup campaign, post Suriname, pre Costa Rica, and I heard Coach's desk. And I heard the fourth official at the time say to me when I asked them, looking at that team, gentlemen, what gives you such confidence, such cockiness that you can lift this Gold Cup. When those players that I'm looking at on the screen don't stand out as superstars, what's going on? What's the word on the street? Can't you learn something humbly from the likes of Mexico, Canada, and the USA, who apparently have C-, B+, C- squads out? Can't you learn something from them? Because they're going to be scrapping, they're going to be competing. I suggested to them that they were shooting themselves in the foot if they firmly believe that Jamaica should win and at least make the final of a Gold Cup. I think they were shooting themselves in the foot. I'm going to ask everyone here, is Jamaica a David or a Goliath? Are they a Jamaica? Are Jamaica a David or Goliath? And this is my last thing. I'm going to read this poem and I'm going to see how the land lies. Again, I'm going to be doing a lot of listening. Jamaica. Wait a minute. Go ahead.
When are you going to read the poem?
Right about now, Mannings.
Oh.
Jamaica. It's Thank you. Mannings, we're going to talk. Don't worry about you. Bless you, sir. Keep your sense of humor. Jamaica. Jamaica is on a journey. The specialist of dreams. As formations gather, not all is as it seems. Talk a little less, but listen much more. All for the cause of evening up the score. The material's rich, but speculation can bore. The winning lines reached when truth's released and scores. Stray offside, hear subscribers roar. Best not make mistakes, for who's of vlogs law. Tiddley's mind's focused, and Paul Hall's a hell of a job. Get behind the man them, and hold off, you hear me say? Hold off linger bun. Fire for jar opponents, yet embrace reasoning. Gather round the fire and add your seasoning. Mannings, Kronk, Sean, I love that smile. Keep it. Coach Devon, Neo, Dre, Mannings, speak!
I sat and I looked because for me, the Panamanian, some points they took. When I played against the USA, the referee operated like crooks. And immediately, VAR was introduced to the books. But when I... anyway.
Pretty good.
We have a bunch of poets and rappers and all commingled into one. Look, I understand what Mannings is saying. I respect some of what Neo is saying and some of what Sean is saying. No one disagrees. You hear me talk about the JFF 24/7 since I've been on this program. No one disagrees about the administration and preparation. What I would say, though, is I was watching Sky Sports a few days ago, and Mohamed Salisu, who is a young 22-year-old center-half who plays for Southampton, is Ghanaian. And they asked him, like, when you go play for the national team? And he's like, I'm focused on my club career. He's Ghanaian now. We're not talking about some person who's born someplace else, right? He's Ghanaian nationality. He's not the only Ghanaian who's saying that. I've said this on this program before. There are a ton of them who don't play for Ghana for different reasons. Sometimes administration, sometimes people beat them. The point I'm trying to make is this. We have a litany, a whole population of Jamaicans outside of Jamaica. I must say this 101 times. And we're focused on English-based players today. Tomorrow is going to be Canadian and US-born players. There were 15 plus blacks on the Canadian and US team that played in the game today. Let me repeat that. Because we used to watch ball in the 90s and early 2000s. You could find Kobe Jones and a couple more. You're not finding 8, 9, 10. Right? It shows you that it's a meritocracy. That's why they're in the team. We as a people seem to focus on things which just, I scratch my head about how we think, how we operate. We're very dysfunctional. We're not organized. We're not unified. We like to, think about things a little bit different in terms of who we are. We're not a collective. We're not a collective, not it's a collective. What I mean by that, which is this whole English base and this overseas base and all this nonsense, when people are from the same lineage, the same country, and are all citizens. This whole concept of, you know what, management say we can develop locally based players. I was just say we have to develop or make sure we have Jamaican eligible players. There's a big difference between Jamaican born and developed and Jamaican eligible players. And also, what I heard you guys talking about tonight was about recruiting. It still went back to quality, which is we're not recruiting the right quality for the system we want to play and the chemistry we want to have in the team to play in the team. And it goes back to if I recruit them, Sean, and I prepare them, I can be successful. Most teams today, most top teams today are a bunch of collection of players. Brazil, Argentina, Chile just had Diaz, who can't speak English, who came from the championship playing for Chile now, which is very amazing. Everybody's going across the world because the world is now a global world, one world, giving information and giving internet and everything that works. It's no longer, you know what? I mean, Africa, I can't see you. We're one world. And yes, we don't have the leadership and the administration that we need to be successful. That's why I advocate them to replace themselves, which they won't. And management, people like you're in Jamaica who can influence that. You can work to kick them out. Sorry.
I'll be leaving very soon. Anyways. Well, let me say
they're a core part of the problem that people don't seem to realize. We're all going to sit here 4 years from now frustrated about all the talent we get. Like, for example, yes, Stewart was injured. But all what Sean is saying, all these players that we're trying to recruit, whether it's Gray Stewart, we should have a consortium of government officials, JFL administrators, working in collective together when they go source the players, whether it's Whitmore, where it is, to try to pursue those players to come. If they don't want to come, Sean, I don't disagree. Like Tony, leave them alone. If you want to come at some point, tell us. And if we have room for you and think you're fit to the program, we'll bring you in. But there is no well-organized way to go source players, recruit players, bring to the program. And as you said, I think it was management or Sean, or Mayo, maybe you need to go to England, if that's what most of them come from, to have your camps, for example, build affiliation with a club, whether it's Southampton, whether it's Birmingham, to use their facilities, and you pay them a certain fee to work there. Or if you work in the US, if you have a lot of US players. My consternation, frustration, just, I don't know, it's very clear to me that yes, the administration is incompetent, inept, washed up. And my last point is this. I'm very frustrated with a constant reference to 1998. Like people grew up. Like seriously. Like we're in 2022. Let me say this. We're in 2022. Most of the Fortune 500 companies who were there in the 80s and 90s are no longer in existence. They either merge or they're out of business. Because the world has changed. So go back to 1998. When England struggled for work, you know what England did? They started copying Germany. They tried to figure out how to copy Spain because what they were doing weren't working. Not what they did in 1996 to make the World Cup or win the World Cup. They were thinking more futuristically about what we can do to enhance what we have to compete on the world stage. Can you leverage from 1998? Yes. But that seems to be the solution for every single thing what we did back then when the world has moved forward.
All right.
Let's move forward also.
Let me just say a couple of things. One, no, I've always said this. What happened in 1998 can't happen now. Everything has changed. However, we need to take throughout companies. Nelson Searcy writes this in his books about the 8 systems. There are principles that are transferable across generations. That works. What we need to do is, what are the things in 1998 that we can take and apply in today's context? We can't, even if we're going to adapt to a German system, a more contemporary system today. But what are some of the things, given our context, what are some of the things we can transfer? For example, the importance of having your top high school talent playing in your Premier League and playing well. That's part of the component. We need to get that. Pearson, if he stays in, Pearson should have been playing and dominating in high school football from 17-year-old and not be playing this Manning Cup up to 19 years old, dominating 16 years old, and we think he should get a call up, right? We need to fix that because at 17, Andy Williams was in the national team, Ricardo Gardner was in the national team, and on the low, all of these guys, Dean Burton, all of these guys were 18 and 17-year-old in the 1998 team. right? Because they were playing and dominating in the local Premier League, not just in schoolboy football. All right, that's critical. My thing with recruitment is this: if we start recruiting now for 2026, and I'm not talking about recruiting Jamaicans locally, I'm talking about everywhere. Go to England, go back to the guys and say, listen, 2026, there are 6 teams from CONCACAF that are going to qualify. We will not be playing Mexico. We will not be playing Canada. We will not be playing the United States. That gives us a great chance. We want to start building. We have a couple of competition. We have a Nations League this year. We have a next one in 20 so and so. We have a couple of Gold Cups. We would like you to select a couple of those competitions ahead of time, barring injuries, where you can come in and be a part of the team, because we're trying to create a system and a philosophy. I believe if you develop that and you find enough players because you're building a system, I think that by 2026 or 2025, you don't need to go and find others. They will call you and then you get to select, because the problem I have is that players need to call us. We need to have such a good pool and group of players from all over playing consistently that the top players will say, I want to go and represent Jamaica. Then when they call us, we can say, listen, Ethan Pinnock is our lead center back. He plays on the left side. We don't need you because we have 3 players that play on the left side. But if a midfielder call a midfielder who tackles and win the ball well, then we need you, because that's an area that we are inadequate. I think we need to have that, and we need to start it now. So I think all of us are saying the same thing. The right recruitment, long-term preparation, but not at the expense of creating a kind of league locally where your local footballers will get so good that you'll have some of them being able, although they're going to go overseas as soon as they get good because everything has changed. But you can call them. Like Kaim Paris needs to be competing in the team. He has no greater right to be in it over any other player. So that's what we're saying. But are we going to wait until 2025 to call Kaim Paris? We need to start calling him from now. With the kid of Tyler Hart or whomever else. We still need to be talking to Andre. We can't wait until leave them our agree because we can't afford it now. Let's wait until we start the World Cup campaign again. We can't keep doing that to ourselves. It's a serious injustice to Mikel Antonio. It's a serious injustice to Ethan Pinnock, who maybe if he had stayed and continued his great form, could have made the England World Cup team. The way it is playing. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to us to see a team look like they just met each other. It don't look good. And that is my biggest issue. That you're looking at mature men looking disorganized. Players telling player that, coach, take me off because I don't want to play with this one. This is a national team. This is not Carna League. I only hear these things not even in schoolboy football I hear that kind of thing. We can't have a national team operating like that. There must be a way that we get them together. But I know somebody said, listen, Paul Hall needs to take some blame for today. Right? He chose not to start Kevin Stewart. Right? He chose, when he was asked why didn't Mariappa come on instead of Alva Powell, he said he made a like-for-like change. But he brought on Liam Moore. But he didn't start Liam Moore in this game. He started Adrian Mariappa. He has to take responsibility for those things. Right? He played Greg Lee, and Greg Lee, in the minutes that he were on the field, played the best. He never got a game in this game. Right? He took off Lamar Walker as a casualty for the red card for Damian Lowe, who was playing better than Junior Fleming. And he dropped him out of the team completely and started Bobby Reed. Like he has to take some responsibility for some of those things. Should he keep
Walker came on and changed the game a little bit.
Of course he keeps the job, but yeah, he looked like he caught the,
Isn't he working pro bono?
What?
I thought he was working pro bono. Isn't he working pro bono? Seriously. I'm not trying to be funny.
No, I don't believe he is. But let me say this. Going forward, there is absolutely no way Paul Hall can be an assistant coach or have another job somewhere and be expected to build Jamaica team to qualify us to the 2026 and put the fundamental systems that we need to have in place. There's no way he can be coaching somewhere else and put those systems in place. I'm not buying
It
that.
depends on what his mandate is, right? If his mandate is to develop
Frankly,
football in Jamaica,
I'm not buying that.
Can I finish, Sean?
I'm sorry.
Can I finish, Sean?
I'm sorry.
It depends on what his mandate is. If his mandate is to work with development of football in Jamaica, that's one thing. There's been quite a bit of discussion today in contemporary football about the national team coach, given the sparsity of games that teams sometimes play, and coaches want to have a lot of continuity in how they play or they manage teams. As so the manager should have a combination of national teams and also coach local teams. So it depends on what JFF mandate is for him, which is it to develop the football or just manage national team? Because if you just manage national team, will you have enough think about it. So Sean is like, what the heck are you talking about, Cranky? If most of your players are from overseas, for example, in your national team, or is it his job just to garner the local based players, play them in competition, and when the big competition comes, he's just going to go overseas and get the players? What is his role? Define his role, and he can figure out what is supposed to be doing. Define his role.
Thank you. Thank you for finishing your point, Stan. I'm not buying it still. I think so. I'm just making jokes. I hear what you're saying, and I do agree. It depends on his role. So what you're saying is that he could be functioning at the grassroots level, or we have somebody that is doing that, and we're just bringing in him to coach the team. My stance is that the head coach should be functioning at the grassroots level. Okay. The head coach should be developing systems for under 10, under 14, under 16, under 20. So in other words, the head coach should be the technical director. And there's no way Paul Hall can be the technical director and have responsibilities elsewhere outside of Jamaica.
So here's my last point, Sean, and I can jump in, which is, do we have the money to compensate a coach at fair market value for their services? Because one direction I heard for Tapa, and I want to talk about Tapa because he's not on the coach, was he took compensation, which was way below any personnel that are in the current World Cup qualifying campaign for any of the teams. His compensation was much lower than any of them. In fact, probably lower than any assistant, frankly, for any of those teams. So do we have the resource to compensate someone who's going to do it on a full-time basis and who has the credentials, both in terms of academic accomplishment in the coaching environment, coupled with work experience to perform in that capacity?
Can I refer back to something that I said when I first came on? One of the things that I said is that, let me go over to my list here. We need to have a plan, and a part of that is the government has to be involved, and not just the government. We need the private sector to be involved, because if we don't have the finances, we cannot do it. So to answer your question, no, we don't have the funds. That's why need.
I'm gonna go back from your plan. You mean you need an administration to then get a plan to then go source revenues? I mean, no, I'm not trying to be funny. It's the fact, right?
Hey, Stan, listen. All right, what is easier, for us to get out the JFF or to get a dysfunctional JFF to put a quality plan together?
You need to cut your losses.
No. I am asking which is easier to do.
Saying. It's not what's easier, it's what's better.
No. But that's the question that I am asking is, which is easier, to get rid of the current JFF or to have the current JFF get an efficient plan in motion?
It's easier to get a plan, actually, because the JFF system is embedded where they're going to be elected on a continuum forever. They'll never lose their position. So it's much more difficult to get them out, but it's much more effective to get them out, to then start anew, to build whatever plan you want to build, whatever system, whatever vision you want to put in place. And I call it Vision 2030.
Agreed.
So guys,
It's
so guys,
more.
can I chime in?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, right, that I mean, again, I'm trying to conciliate what both of you guys are saying because I think both of you are right to some extent. But let's be realistic about this, right? Many of us on here, I think maybe with the exception of coach and management, we're overseas. Am I right about that, Sean? I'm not sure about you.
Yes, I think
Yes,
so.
I am.
Right? But what I will say is that, there is not, when you say get them out, realistically speaking, is very, not only is it hard to do that because of how the current system is set up with the
System
parish
is.
associations, right?
Yes.
So that it's very hard to do. But what we need to do is maybe we can effect some change, right? And one of the things that perhaps they can do is to have new and younger people join the JFF. Maybe they can be pressured to add a fans club or something like that to sit on the board. Maybe with other bodies being represented on the board, then maybe they can hire younger people who have the managerial agility and the communication techniques that are necessary to do all of the things that we're talking about. Because we're talking about managing players in the United States, managing players in the UK, managing players in Jamaica simultaneously. We're talking about being able to communicate with people via social media. I mean, all of these things that we're talking about are things that are absolutely necessary to fulfill some of the things both of you guys are saying that would be good, would be good. And I just have to say that from what I see of the GFF, they lack that managerial agility. They lack that communicative skills. No disrespect to Mr. Ricketts or Mr. Whatever, but they need younger people with these type of skills in there. And I have to tell you, I know it goes some bad and I don't want to cast aspirations or get myself in any trouble. But allegedly, some of the people who work in there who do these things are family members. You understand? Some attorneys, some people who do certain things. And then the other thing about it too is you're saying about the government playing a role. And I posted in the chat back in '98, right? It seems like the GFF had people in there who were also of the same political leaning as the party that was in power at that time, right? Or perhaps it was just that the prime minister at the time she loved football. I'm not quite sure, but it's clear to everyone that the current administration, meaning the government, has no friendship or no really good relationship with the GFF. And for that reason, I believe that there always needs to be one big person who is JLP, one big person who is in the PNP at the head of the GFF at all times to ensure that the organization cannot be pigeonholed as being one for one party or the other and get caught up in this whole nonsense. Another thing about it is that as fans, we if we aggregate our power as voters and our influence in politics to let the government know that, listen, if you don't treat our football right, we're not looking to contribute to parties when election time come. The diaspora is not going to think very good of a government who wear Manchester United face mask to tell Jamaicans that they can't have people inside of the stadium to support their own national team, when you're not only are you demanding that people be vaccinated, but they should get tested 15 minutes before the game. I mean, no other place have that strenuous requirement, right? Virtually impossible after all of that for COVID to be being transmitted in that stadium, and still you're going to turn the boys down. I mean, so we definitely need a lot of managerial skill sets with younger people who are in the private sector, who are familiar with these type of things going into the JFF. Now maybe we can't replace them all, but we can offer help and we can also win them over. So that's all I'll say.
Let me just say this, right? Because I hear some of these things and I think they're very good ideas. I said to some persons I was speaking to this week, said, you know, it's very simple. I hear a lot of this about the administration needs to move, the parish president, the whole thing needs to restructure. All right. But yet, when it comes on to the action, a lot of people are not willing to put their money where their mouth is, especially in the diaspora. And that has been part of the problem. So let me give you a quick solution. The amount of persons on these platforms in the diaspora who could come up with money to go back to the parishes that they are from and be the parish president because of their influence and change the football, all the parish presidents could be voted out at the next election. It's that simple. And all you have to do is run a campaign. But here's the thing. Most persons will say, no, I don't want to get involved that way. And that is the problem. Because all of these ideas are good. But the people who are saying that there are people out there can do it, nobody wants to get involved.
But you know, Mannings, man, I'm going to use myself as an example.
Yeah.
And make it personal. I would love to do that, but guess what? I am, you know, mortgage, student loans, still at my job. I mean, I gotta tell you, you know, I don't know, maybe that's a cop out, but I know that a lot of people on here are regular folks, and a lot of us have responsibilities. I know some people are going to have to make sacrifices, man, like you said. I agree with you. But if I come in front of the Parish Association and say, hey, listen, I'm here, I have a lot of ideas, you know, I think what I will say is, if the right person is identified, I think that the diaspora can get behind them. If the right person comes from the diaspora, it would be great.
What I'm saying,
if the right person comes from Management show, it might be better.
No, Neil, what I'm saying to you is that to change the whole system, all you have to do is to get involved in the community that you came from. You don't change the president by voting him out. You change the president by being one of the delegates who vote. How do you do that? It starts by what is happening in the community that I'm from. There's a club there. Excuse me, they run a club. I'm going to ask them if I can be a part of the club. I'll be a chairman, a vice president, and I'll give them $500 to operate, give them advice, help them, and then when election come, I'm going to run for the parish presidency.
Mannings man.
Good suggestion.
Hey, no, Mannings man. It's like talking about foreign-based players.
Hold on, thank you. Hold on, let me finish.
No,
hold on, hold on, because I need to finish our stuff. So here's what is happening. The people who want to see the system change have reasons why they can't get involved in the system. I'm going to give you a good example. You know that there's a community right now that has deteriorated rapidly. And I had the opportunity. I was invited by both political parties to be a representative. And I know I could have made significant difference. I chose to say, listen, politics, I don't want to be involved. The place has gotten worse. The point I'm making is that until all, including me, until our talk turns to action, the same people are going to keep recycling.
So my point was this, management. I don't disagree with you about making meaningful change. The question is, how can you make that change, right? And at the same time, satisfy, as Neil was alluding to, some of your own personal situation, whether it's your financial situation, family situation. Because when you're remote, you can't be a remote president, right? It can't be a remote, it doesn't work. So the question is it just financial resources? Is it my time? People contribute that, but it's hard not to be on the ground. You got to be on the ground sometimes to be effective, as you know, versus being remote. Is it financial resources? People contribute financial resources, including yours truly. Not an issue. It's more of how am I going to be effective? We're not saying people in JFF are not trying to do their best. We're just saying your best is not, if it's your best, then you need somebody else who can do better. That's all we're saying.
And I'm saying
people that are committed But if you're deficient, if you don't have certain qualifications, certain skill sets, and you realize that you're not making the contribution at the level you need to, it's just like the players. It go back to the same thing about the players and the quality. I'm Flemo, and I really want to play for my country. I love my country. I want to do well. But I may not be able to play as well as my competition. Then I have to be replaced by someone else. The same concept.
Yeah, but I will give you I will give you a next example, right? So there is a Rossies. Let's use Hanover as an example, right?
I went to Rossies for a couple of years, so yes.
Right. So Rossies, right? And sometimes it's not the
How many
money.
schools you attend, Cranky?
I lived in 7 places in Jamaica. How long was I in Jamaica? In like 10, 11 years. I live in 7 different locations. I was like a nomad. Yes. And I went to about 4 primary schools and 2 high schools and a bunch of other stuff. Yes, I did.
And the point, the truth is that, and it happens with everything, I think, in our society, that we have brilliant minds, but somehow it doesn't translate a lot into action. So let me get back to the Rossies thing. I think even within the Rossies community in Hanover, and this is the problem, I don't want to talk about the presidents, but there are presidents who have been in those parishes for over 15 or some over 20 years. And when they ask why can't, people say, listen, we can't bother with it. You know, but and that it is the same thing with our politics. You know, many times people say, why be a corruption going on politics, and you say to them, listen, why don't you get involved? Who, me? And me, you want them? Then who is going to change it? Who is going to? How is it going to change if the people who can implement the change by their action stay away from the thing? And at some point, some of us going to have to find a way to be more engaged. And I'm saying this in the context that things are not the best in the country, right? And it's not just the money. Like I said, Cranky, sometimes it's presence. And it may not be you. It may not be you. It may be a group of you. And maybe one has more access to being on the island to run things. But I think more of this needs to happen, because some of our greatest resources in terms of ideas and thoughts does not exist in Jamaica. And we want the ideas to move from just listening to Cranky speak. I tell you, we talk off these platforms and Neo. Great ideas. But until we can say, listen, let's sit down, put together a strategic plan. It may not be me, but maybe there's someone who needs to come and be in Sentan. And we sit down with them and say, listen, here is the plan. Here is the way we're going to finance this. What do you need so that you can be the president of St. Anne? What do you need? All right. Once you get in and you are, I can work as a general, and we put together in the different parishes.
100% agree with that.
Include some of the plans.
I also agree with that, man.
If you don't have, listen, because what keep happening, you know, is that the same people, you know who they want to be president, and I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. Get back Tony James. Get back this person. Get back, give Arville Powell a chance. Give Ambassador Stuart Stevens a chance. Give this person but all of these persons have been involved in the football for the last 30 years. So are we recycling the same people?
Yeah.
It's not that they've been in the football. It's not that they've been in the football for the last 30 years. What we fail to realize is that Jamaica, and it's not just the JFF, a lot of things and systems and companies and organizations in Jamaica are not really organizations. They are like fraternities. And no offense to anybody that's affiliated with any fraternity. And if you're not one of them, you're not getting in. If you didn't attend their high school, you're not getting in. There are several organizations in Jamaica, sporting organizations in Jamaica. There's one in particular where about 70% of the members came from one high school. So if you're not one of them, you're not getting in. So you do have a valid point, management, as far as, you know, change is concerned, but it can be very hard to effect those changes just based on the way things function in Jamaica. But I do agree that we do need to start at several levels, not just at the JFF and within the JFF, but at the parish level as well. Because if the JFF now realize that, hey, there is an entity or there are persons trying to effect change at the grassroots level, at the parish level, and the votes at the parish level can affect their position or vote them in or vote them out, then I'm sure that will get their attention.
Gentlemen, there's been some really good points, man and man. Fantastic points. I've learned a lot in terms of what was going on in Jamaican football, and the politics and issues run deeper than I initially knew. I mean, we've got the issues of class and elitism in England, but it's a little disappointing and unfortunate, but the reality seems to be biting that there's real issues that need to be tackled in Jamaica. I hope Coach was going to be available, because I want to find out from Coach in terms of Paul Hall going forward. Coach, heal up, sir. How are you doing? Respect, sir. I'm hoping that you, as a member of the press fraternity, will be seeking to ask the hard questions regarding Paul Hall and his team selections and his position as the interim head coach, and how he will be seeking to carry out his role. And to the panel at large, the development of locally developed players combined with recruiting the creme de la creme of talent across the Jamaican diaspora, it really is a pressing need and challenge. I maintain, from listening to everyone, Jamaica is facing outstanding opportunities, but B-U-T, capital letters, the challenges facing a Jamaican head coach, as well as JFF, which we've been talking about ad nauseum, but the challenges facing a head coach going forward are really, really things not to be taken at all lightly. So, Coach Minzy, what are the hard questions you will be asking Paul Hall? Will you address exactly what his role will be going forward? Is his role to develop local talent at the grassroots level, as Sean alluded to? Or is his, as Coach, as Crank suggested?
Well, I can say though, Richard, it wouldn't
yes,
be his role, because he's not the technical director. If he gets the position of the technical director, then we could ask him questions like those. I believe there's a technical director. That's where the development of football should go through. You know what I mean?
Well, you
But
can
if
ask
you're
the question
talking
about
about
what
developing
would be his
young
level of
players,
involvement with the football, right? You can ask him if he's not straddling two roles, right? He's still a QPR employee, and he's not running the national program. So you probably ask him is if he assumes the role on a full-time basis, how does he envision his role in the organization?
yeah, that could be asked. But I mean, if they're keeping a press conference, definitely I'll try and get there so I could ask him these questions. You know what I mean?
It's interesting, Coach, that you made it clear that Paul Hall has a particular duty or duties, and the technical committee are responsible, in your opinion or your understanding, for the grassroots development. I was listening to some programs previously, and I heard the interview with Rudolph Speed. I think it was on Manning's show. And did Mr. Speed, Manning's man, you could double check and confirm or otherwise. Mr. Speed, I'm sure, said without equivocation. In fact, he went to lengths to say, make no mistake, the role of the JFF is in large part to develop local players. And he said, make no mistake, you can talk about this and that, but the development of local players is of paramount importance to the JFF. If that's the case, and with you guys talking about the parish complexities and intransigence with people being in posts for decades, it's going to be the mother of all challenges going forward for Jamaica to merge the talent across the diaspora, UK-based Jamaicans, European-based Jamaicans like Tyreek McGee, and the locally based crop of talents. I've heard about Busy Atkinson. We've got Jimenez. I think the schoolboy system needs to be looked at. You excel at schoolboy level and then get yourself into the JPL, and then get yourself a move abroad to develop. But it's the mother of all challenges facing Jamaica. I thought that we were one of the big wigs. Coach Minzy, I'm going to go back to you. Do you recall when we had the conversation, myself and yourself and fourth official, when I joined the Juta bus? And I put it to your good self that you were being or lacking a little humility and lacking a little respect for the likes of Mexico and Canada and America with their C- teams, and why Jamaica felt that they could win and compete and at least get to the final of the Gold Cup.
Did I say that?
Oh yeah, well you said that they. In fact, my question to you was,
I believe that from Gold Cup,
do
I
you
thought
remember?
that the team should have used it
Yes.
as preparation for the World Cup qualifiers. I didn't say that we're gonna win it.
No,
And
you didn't.
waxing lyrical of putting down Mexico. Nah, that
No, quite right. What you were alluding to, though, what you actually said was, my question was, what could we learn from the likes of Mexico or America at this Gold Cup? What could we learn from them? Because they don't seem to have the stellar superstars. They're missing, in fact. So what can we learn from them? Because they're going to be coming, challenging and competing. And you said nothing. We don't need to learn anything. Fourth official was waxing lyrical as well and shouting and said, no, we don't need to learn anything. I said, I put it to you guys that you were shooting yourselves in the foot, because if you don't mind sharp, this will play out. What will play out is the team that I saw, the Tiddlywinks mantra was created from them days when I saw the team formation and moving about of the parts and who's going to be playing and who's going to be in the team. But really and truly, I think Jamaica need to take stock on many levels. How good are the Jamaican players? What can we learn in terms of, as Neil has alluded to already, preparation?
and I can remember
It's a
I
good
can
thing.
remember mentioning the preparation. Proper preparation prevents poor performance.
That's a very good point. Yes, indeed.
I was beating that statement right through it.
You
So
remember when fourth official was cooking? He went off cooking. I said, mind sharp. Mind sharp, you don't make that knife and fork fall on your foot. Sean,
I can't remember that though.
you don't remember that? I remember it crystal clear.
Richard, because you're saying a lot of things, and I think, all right. So I think we're having a very good discussion, and then I mean, not about changing the how we look at changing from an administrative perspective, and then we move from that and went into almost back to the game and from the Gold Cup, and I understand that we have to get that, but I think we did a lot of discussion, in my opinion, but I wanted to get back to something earlier, because at the end of the day, and I think we have said this before, recruiting the players is not the issue. It is the time of the recruitment and who we actually get at the end of the recruitment, meaning when we got them and who we got, and did we have a system to fit them into. Like, I'll give you an example, and this is my opinion. Looking at Kevin Stewart today, though he was injured, we could have gotten him remember, we could have gotten Kevin Stewart, earlier,
From Gold Cup.
From the Gold Cup, when he was not injured. And he was ready. He could have played. We waited until this stage. All right. Imagine if we had, from the start of the campaign, Remember that Anthony Grant as well could have gone to Japan with the team. That never happened. These are factual things. Remember, we actually buck up into Ethan Pinnock because if there was not a strike by the players, then he would not have been summoned.
No, and most of the others too.
Most of the other players. So there was no plan in place, and would have missed out on Ethan Pinnock until way down in the campaign.
So, man.
So I'm glad you got back to the plan. The plan.
So, guys, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna leave soon, but man, we go back to where we all started. It's about leadership and who's running your program. Then we can get to a plan, Sean. It's about leadership and who's running your program, because all the recruiting we talk about, player selection, recruiting, resources, it goes back to who is in the administration, what is their capabilities, do they understand what they're doing? Do they really understand and how to get it done? Because apparently they don't. Everything you've mentioned, we have all talked about. It goes back to the organization, how it's constructed, how it operates, how it executes. That's all where it stems from. So, Sean, that plan comes from those individuals. Recruitment comes from individuals. Generating resources come through those individuals. And if you don't change them, and what management just said to me is, I was thinking management was speaking, which is more around African countries, have the same people in power for like 30 years, you can't change them because it's institutionalized, it's embedded, and people who leave those countries want to change it, and they sometimes try like it did in Turkey, and they end up what? Half getting executed and half run away someplace and can't go back to Turkey. It's very hard to change something that's embedded for years after years and years. Because the formula that allows it to work, the formula does work. And the JFF tried to change once. You remember when they got rid of Burrell? And Burrell came back and decided that would never happen again. So he put himself in position for life. And he put the structure in place so that when you assume that role, you're there for life, basically. So don't want to have hopelessness in this whole discussion. But management, even though I agree with you conceptually, I don't know how you change it. I must admit I don't. I'm at a loss for how you change it. It's hard to do. And it's no different from the government. In a lot of countries, a lot of third world countries, or we call developing countries, it's very hard to change them. Because the people who run the organization understand what it takes to be successful. They may be poor at what they do, but in terms of assuming their role, staying in their role, being president for life or head of JV for life, they know what it requires, they know the constituent, they know the culture, and it's hard to change, man. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it's very hard to change.
Mannins, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Direct
sir.
question. With regards to going forward, because we don't want the rinse, dry, and repeat circle going on and on. Do you think that recruiting young under 17, I don't know if it can go to under 15 talent from across the Jamaican diaspora, including some of the finest talent based in England, for example, that are Jamaican and eligible to represent Jamaica, do you think that's a constructive way of going forward to help foster relationships, team chemistry, and a stronger Jamaican national team?
I believe so, but how it is done is the issue. I don't think it is prudent financially to be flying 15-year-old from England every week for a camp in Jamaica. I don't think that should be how it is done. And again, I will say this. Sometimes at 15, when you look at somebody, because I've had this happen, they are not ready. But at 17, in 2 years' time, if their physical structure changes, they could improve drastically based on where they're at. So I think we should keep looking at players throughout, but there's no way we will ever be able to capture. I mean, this is Jamaica and Jamaican men, and no our women. There's no way we're going to be able to capture all the Jamaicans who are out there, because we have Jamaicans getting kids like in every crevice and corner of every nation across the world. All right. But I think the major areas, I think we could have a camp, like every quarter we have a camp, in Canada, where we connect with the people in Canada, the Devon Porter, the Jamaican past players, coaches over there, and say, listen, we're gonna be in Ontario, and we want you to bring some players under 15 to one camp for under 15, play some games under 15, under 17, under all the different age groups. You do that in England, but you still have players out here in Jamaica as well. You do it in England, you do it in America, you do it in Canada. So that when you're ready to select players, you already know who you want from those camps. You don't have to even send your coach there, because you can trust a coach there who can take profiles of the top 5 here and the top 5 there and send to you. Everything is, computerized, and technology is all over. You don't have to be there. They can have video sessions and you can see it from Jamaica while it is going on there. Dean Burton could be doing one in England.
Man, you're just talking about a plan, right? That's what Sean keeps emphasizing. You're talking about putting together a strategy and a plan about how you go about sourcing talent on a continuum, not a one-off situation, right? Putting a structure in place to do so. And I think about your talent just being in one location. Your talent is almost global. So how do I put some mechanism in place? Because I can't be everywhere at the same time to help source that talent and leverage that talent on a much wider scale than just being in the national team, frankly. So the question is, what's the strategy? What's the plan to go about doing so? But
Coach Devon,
and that is why you need, and that is why you need minds, like younger minds, more creative minds. And all I'm saying is that a lot of that is not going to happen until people get involved in the process. And that continues to be Jamaica's problem. And this is where, honestly, I think the diaspora needs to get accountability for the financial resources they send to Jamaica. I think what would be a greater influence is their action, even so, over their financial resources. I think what the diaspora has done very well is given money to Jamaica in different ways, and there's no result, and they get discouraged and they stop. If they were to come and to give their time to changing the systems, then I think enough money will be created within the system, so they won't have to send any. And that's where I want to see the change take place. And I think it's time, even on these forums, we kind of figure out ways, like Cranky said, how do we change things administratively from the grassroots of football across Jamaica? Because until that is done, we're going to keep having these discussions.
Coach Porter, Manning's, full respect, your voice of reason is going to be much needed over the forthcoming months. Coach Devon Porter, can you hear us loud and clear, Coach?
Yes, Richard, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. You are one of the seasoned campaigners. We've got a new gentleman below, and I'm looking forward to hearing from him. Coach Devon, you are the seasoned campaigner over many decades and involved with Jamaican football up until present days. What for you are the pressing questions, the key questions that need tackling and addressing?
Richard,
I think.
Hold on. Hey, Richard, one thing I appreciate with you,
What's that, sir?
Go ahead. Coach Rizzi know what I'm going to say. You have to read my mind, Richard. Coach Rizzi read my mind. But go ahead with the support.
I think the guys have says a lot of things that need to be addressed. I am not gonna single out one issue. There are many issues need to address, and until we start doing that and challenge them one by one and try to correct certain things, then we are in doom. I honestly think, if we don't, we are in doom.
Can I just jump in for a little bit? I'm gonna have to run soon, guys. But
yeah, man, we're closing off soon as well.
All right, so let's
hear from
just
T-Got after.
All right, sorry T-Got for coming, but I'm gonna be short. I was gonna say that I think that Manning's man suggestion is a strong one. and that perhaps people in the diaspora who are interested, it's going to take a lot of planning, a lot of crossing of T's and the dotting of the I's and all of this stuff. But perhaps there can be some kind of non-profit organization that will have a president and members who raise money and who can use that money to influence the Paris Association people who are running to support them. I see Cranky putting his hands over his eyes. I know Cranky, it's a big ask, but I think that there are capable people who may have done something like that in other areas. So that's what I'm going to say in parting. That definitely deserves some attention, and that if we are going to have, so as the sort of impact that management is referring to, things like that is going to have to be done. You can't just stand behind the fence and throw a stone. You have to actually put your money where your mouth is. But good night, panelists. Good night, people in the chat. We never win tonight, but it's my team, and I'll be around for the next 2 matches and whatever comes afterwards. Good night.
Right,
Good night. All right,
big up
Neil.
yourself.
Take care, Neil. Yeah.
DTM T-Got, big up yourself. Welcome to the show, man.
Big up everybody. Big up everybody. Big up coach. Big up Mannings. Big up Cranky. Big up everybody. I don't know everybody by name, but big up.
Yeah.
Big up to you guys.
What say you?
Boy, disappointed. Another loss, another loss. But here somebody said something a couple weeks back, and it's just settling into a brain. Person say, prepare, fail to prepared,
Prepared to fail.
fail to prepare, or prepared to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, in basic, they were saying that the Jamaica team wasn't prepared. You understand? We was not prepared for this World Cup qualification, and it showed upon the field, because we play in parts and in patches and stuff like that. We don't play as a cohesive team. You understand? We have not seen a consistent 11 players throughout this World Cup qualification. We don't see it. And in every other team that we've been playing in CONCACAF, they have a consistent team. You understand? Right now, if you look at the table, even El Salvador passes. They are now going for the fourth position. Jamaica is going down. You understand? And when we look at the core players that we have, you understand, we say we should be far. We should be in the top 3, top 4. Why is this not so? Because the Reggae Boyz never prepared to play for the World Cup. So we are failing right now and failing miserable. We can blame the coach and we can blame administration. But there's a lot of things that happen in this World Cup campaign. A lot of things. And it goes far as back as when they were discussing the money. You understand? And they were discussing to bring in all these players coming in. And that is part of the problem that the Reggae Boy is facing. For the past campaign that we've been campaigning and we feel miserable is because of the players they're bringing in not at the right time. We need to start, if we're going to bring in players to play for us, English-born players to play for us, and they want to play for their roots and stuff like that. We need to bring them in 4 years, 3 years early, not a month before the World Cup campaign starts. That will never work. It will never work. Our 98 campaign, when we play, the core players, 90% of the core players were in Jamaica. You understand? They were playing in Jamaica. Everybody was playing in Jamaica. Then we got some players, put them in, and there. But majority of the core players were in Jamaica.
So
Things and time have
you're
changed.
rooting for a local team.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Things as time has changed. Our players gone overseas. What the new administration need to do? Get some
new
players.
Administration.
What people what they need to do.
plans.
We need to get some players. No, we need to get some players in the near to us, in outreach, to play friendly core players. Get 11 players, 11 core players, 11 core players to play friendly international, Gold Cup competition, any sort of competition, triangle competition, anywhere. Get these core players to play football for us. Let the coach have his philosophy in these players, core players, 11, 12 man. So even if the players from England come in, you understand, 2 or 3, we still have at least 7 man on the field. But we know we are playing together for at least 4 years before this can work.
But Tigat, hold on. You see, if we do that alone, it is, you mentioned that we're gonna need players. We should not get players 1 month before or whatever.
Right.
If we continue to use the core players, don't you think that they are going to feel away if we bring in, say, the local players that play in Europe and other players that aren't born in, weren't born in Jamaica, and
All right,
bring
hold
them
on.
in?
No, don't get me wrong. Remember, some of these players only can get released on FIFA dates to play matches in. But we're going to have a set of players where we have a train. You understand? Where we are trained, where we can call it, if them on a break, a summer break, we can call them and them say, no, I have to go spend time with my family. Them come in and we play, we have a camp, a month camp. You understand? A 2 weeks camp. And play some football. Make the coach get to prepare them properly. You understand? This is what I'm talking about. We have players playing tonight that play in one of the biggest football league in Jamaica, in the world. Sorry, not in Jamaica, in the world. And them look like they can't play. We play a side a while ago. Panama. We not even know where them players play. Some of them. We don't know where them play. We don't know what kind of league them play. They could have
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Tiga. Panama is a
I'm just saying,
well-organized
it's
team.
not a reference we're saying. Because the Panamanians play together. Them look like a team more than us. This
You know what I
look
find,
like a team more than us.
You know what I find interesting? So
Go ahead.
Almost every single person who comes in here talks about 1998 and what we have done, what we need to emulate.
You know what?
You
know why I say that? No, just this understand. You know why I say that? Because 1998 is the blueprint. Go ahead.
So you know what is more impressive to me? If anyone says, what is Canada done over the last number of years to make them seem to be so successful? They were never a football powerhouse. Wait. Never a football powerhouse. They were on top of the Camp Cup standings. They have young players, a sustainable program. What is it that Canada is doing that we should be considering emulating? Because they must be doing something right for a team that's probably never qualified for the World Cup, for a team they seem to be the beaten stick for most of the better teams in CONCACAF. And yet right now they seem almost unbeatable. They go play in people's backyard. What are they doing?
Keeping their players together. Keeping their players together.
But
Panama,
I'm not asking for the solution. I'm saying we all talk to 98 as a benchmark.
Eagle Republic is saying, Panama has professional players, so it doesn't matter where they play, they are all professional players.
Yeah, but coach, a lot of time we don't know where the Spanish-speaking players are because we follow English leagues and English players, so we don't know where they play.
What Canada has done is that Canada implement a coaches education system.
Right.
So they educate all their coaches
Mm-hmm.
to make sure they are qualified
Right.
to coach all the youngsters. And once you have capable coaches, you will develop good products.
Right.
And that's what Canada implements. And every kid in and around anywhere in Canada
Mm-hmm.
get involved in football and start playing football. If we have up to I think called house league where the players who are not of good quality plays in there, you might find 2 or 3 of them that comes out of it and get into a good team. And that's what Canada has done.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make, guys, is that when you look to emulate something,
Mm-hmm.
we're going back 22, 23 years. And I'm not saying there's nothing that was done in that time that you can't leverage, but think more contemporary. So in most of the last 20 years, the teams that do really well in the World Cup or for a certain period of time, people emulate them. Whether it's Spain from 2010, whether it's Germany after 2014. Look at the English-based players nowadays. England used to play long ball. They won in 66. They didn't win a game. All the young players are playing with a modern style of play. We emulate more contemporary things because it works in this environment.
But
football
Frankie,
has changed, but we don't want to change. We want to go back to 98 all
well,
the time.
no, hold on. But that is not what beating us in the World Cup, you know. The style of playing is not what beating. You know what beating us in the World Cup in this campaign? Chemistry. We have no chemistry. The players are not playing together.
So Tiga,
that is what beat us in the World Cup, you know.
No, Tiga, we all are going to agree of the ingredients that informs why we're not doing well in the competition. Some say it's the hierarchy, it's administration, it's players, it's money. There's a bunch of different things.
Right.
The reason why I say Canada as the thing to emulate, because I think they did across the entirety of the organization.
Right.
The hierarchy, the administration, as Devin mentioned, the coaching, the player development. It's a holistic program that they have sort of restructured and put a sustainable program in place going forward. So they're going to go to World Cup one time. They're going to 2022. It's going to be there for a continuum. We have not done that.
Right. Because guess what? Cranky.
Hold on, Tigat. We have a caller calling from England. Caller, Earl, welcome to the show.
Yeah, well, good evening. Good evening. Right. What I would like to say, yeah. Sorry, at the moment, yeah, Paul Hall is. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you, but you need to probably turn on your background.
Right. No, I have nothing in the background. Me cut you off, right?
Okay, cool.
Right. Paul Hall, right, at the moment, yes, the under 23 coach for QPR, yeah? Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right, now, if we don't have no most people here like employed to do recruiting for players, right? Now, for example, Paul is here. What he could be doing, he could be scouting for some of the talent in England at the moment. If they give him a job on a permanent base, right? What I think he could be going out scouting when the English football league is on holiday and all this thing, right?
Caller, you're not coming through clearly, you know. Your line is very bad.
All right, let me move. Let me move from where I'm sitting down, right? Is that better?
No, we're hearing a feedback in each time you speak.
Distortion.
One minute. Let me turn off the television because it might be still affecting it. I can still hear the feedback. Sorry. Let me move. Can you hear me now? Better?
No, we're still hearing it.
I can hear it. I can hear it myself. I don't know why.
Maybe needs to call back.
You might have to hang up and call
probably
back.
have to
Change
hang
that
up
line.
and call
Yeah.
back.
I will try back again. I'll try back again because I move up the room and I try back. I can hear the feedback.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right. I'll try and call back again. 1 minute.
Go ahead, Tiga.
Yeah. So what failed us in this World Cup is the chemistry. And remember,
It
If you
can't be
remember
chemistry
before,
alone. It can't be
hold on,
chemistry
that
alone,
was
Tiga.
part. That is the biggest part to me, coach. That to me. I remember before the beginning of the World Cup, a reggae boy come out and said, if we keep on putting players, it will match up the chemistry. You understand? You see, we're not, what if we understand football? When teams are playing together, them have them player, whatever it be clubs or anything, them have them player, and them have them, and them have them pre-season, and them have them go out and them play them practice match, and them go out and them do this. You understand? What we do, I was going to tell Cranky, what happened in '98 that when we have the core players play, the Landelo, the Walter Boy, Ricardo Gardner, you know all of them. Then we sprinkle the Dean Burton, the Fitzroy, and the Paul Hall. And we thought that was it. So guess what? If we have a few local core players and some local man from over England, that's the blueprint. And we've been doing that from after '98 until now. And it's not working. Because we thought that was the blueprint. So we have a bulk of local players. It turned around. We start have a bulk of overseas players, and the local players them diminish. But the strategy was the local players playing together. The Tati Brown, the Linval Dixon, you understand? The Peter Cargill. All of these players, core players, eat and sleep and talk together so they know what to do. Today we see in the football playing, Mariappa went up to make a tackle. And when he went up to make a tackle, him stretch out his hand. Everybody's standing up looking at him. Nobody else now come through for tackle. Everybody just standing up. A ball played to DJ straight through the middle for run down. Him was walking out. Him not have the alertness there. Him not have them not in sync.
All right, Tiga, let me just interject for a minute. So, coach,
Right.
all right, so let's not blame one subject, all right? So let's be real. We had communication task problem. Our players weren't talking. We had geography problem because at the beginning, certain players couldn't travel to certain country. We had physics problem because Bobby Reed couldn't score a simple goal in a one thing. We have principle of business accounting because there was no marketing. We had some accounts problem because the books were not balanced in time, so that there was a strike by the players and all of those things. We had chemistry problem, obviously. You understand me? So every subject
is a problem.
That is true.
So
That is
yeah,
true.
and that's why you have the failure. This
Yes.
federation would have failed to pass these CXC subjects.
That is true.
So you can't blame chemistry alone, brother.
That is true. That is true.
Right.
But
So hold on. We have a caller online. Let we hear the caller. Caller, quickly.
Monitor this one, CD.
Yeah,
Monitor
man.
it well.
Yeah, man, Coach Minzy. Greetings.
Yeah, man, big up.
Yeah, man. But I say, yeah, but you want to talk about the administration, but I just talk about the chemistry. I agree with the first person, caller, or the panelist, said the chemistry was an issue and we were see. I think probably I want to check and see how much baller we actually use in this campaign, because it could be a possibility that we use more baller than any other team, Because, most time when we play a match is that the ball, somebody now play good, they will see next game, changes make same issue. So we keep just rotating the ball. We not give, I think, a fair chance. We not give a ball probably enough time to develop or to learn or to improve, right? So I think chemistry was something that's lacking, but chemistry don't mean that it could be the coach problem, why the chemistry was not good. It could be the player issue and it could be the administration issue. So chemistry was an issue, but it's an issue where everybody have to take the blame. In terms of, the administration of the JFF, I think management, they are suggest that people in the diaspora could have do a lot to improve it. But I think where we need to start by now, I would wonder how much of the panelists know each of the confed president. Well, I don't know, probably none of them. Probably none of a speed of it. Well, probably I just cassava. I don't remember who are the president, but I think the name slip me. But many of us don't even know the Confed president. We don't know them. So maybe what we need to do, your show like yours and management and formula, is that we need to go around and find out who these presidents are and when they're gonna run for presidency, and you can inform the public, the general public. If you have to find out when Saint Mary Confed, I gonna have them presidents, and you come on and you say, okay, these are the president, him are the incumbent. We try to get an interview with him to see how him gonna push football forward. If him no want come, me know probably the opponent when I run against me want to come in and want to give his voice so him can jump up support. So we are gonna change it, right? We can't change the JFF though, cause I realize that them have the mindset say them one private company and we can't. Some people can't talk to them about it. So I think we need to approach it for know when are the presidency and say what we need for me then a Portmore, St. Catherine. So me need to know what me need to get qualified so me can know who is the president who are run against him, so me can know what me need to go do for go vote. And what
Gentlemen, I gotta make a run. All right.
Coach,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
tell me, sir, her in St.
It's a
Catherine.
female. It's a female,
Okay.
Connor.
Bless Coach Devon.
all right.
The one that you mentioned.
All right, and all right. Okay. So I need to know when she's gonna run, and you know what is her plan, and who is gonna run against her. And what we need to know is that me not necessarily call for the JFF. We get somebody different. Because we could have get somebody different than them worse. But what we need for
And it's the same thing.
is to hold people accountable. Accountable people need to be held accountable.
Yeah.
So if people are coming up, we need to know what their plans are, and if we see somebody have a better plan, we can give them a job. Over the years, how much person have really run for the JFF president? It's only Box Hill and I think Moby president. Him they come up with I think him pull out at last minute because nobody get the support. So that's the way I think the media need to well, since I'm watching football, I think from 98 Horace Burrell, Box Hill they get a chance.
Tony
then
James.
coming back again.
Tony James.
From 98.
Ambassador Stuart Stevenson, Danny Beckford, Craig
You're
Butler.
just telling a person who would have run for
Yeah, a
That I run, but they never win winnings. That I
No,
run.
never win.
Presidents. Okay.
Win.
Yeah, so I just we need to approach it like that way there. Cause I can tell you say many of these presidents that are run in the Confed, maybe all 50 people have vote. Cause enough people don't know about it. How many of us who watch football now really take the time out. So I want to give other people a chance to talk, but we need to approach it that way.
Yeah, man. We have a short time. I'm gonna take the last call here. All right.
Yeah, man. Big up.
Yeah, man.
That's it.
Caller, good night. You're live. Caller, good night. You're live. All right, the caller then already. But I saw a comment about the 90th thing. T-Gut. And you said the 98 is a blueprint, right? But many person would say because of technological changes, a lot of things would have advanced. It would be best if we pull some things from 98, as somebody alluded to earlier, rather than just have 98 as the blueprint, because 98 football or strategy or plan, I don't think they will work in a time like this. But we could pull, different variables from that whole setup and see how best it can be implemented. In terms of getting a core team together, I agree, but it has to be a mixture, in my estimation, where if you can't come when it's FIFA date, then no problem. If there's not a FIFA date and you need to be having matches outside of FIFA date, I can look at that. But just to have a core team of local players, it's gonna be tough, because in my estimation, if you're gonna go back to 98 and say a core team, the 98 players are way better than these players now, by far. If you're gonna look at position to position, you know what I mean. So we have to have a blend and a mixture in order to get, and it's way beyond just having the blueprint for the 98 team. It goes beyond that in terms of strategies, how the team actually work in terms of the federation, a whole lot of stuff. It can't be just the football players on the field alone. It goes beyond that. Goes beyond that by far. Can't be only the footballers. It takes administration. It's a whole stakeholder sort of thing. And every single one of us, the fans, which are the 12th man, the players, the managers, the equipment manager, the president, all of these, the investors, all these stakeholders play a critical part. So we can't just look at only the football on the field to get qualification. No, we have to think broader than that. And that's what
Coach,
I say on that point.
can I get a crack at this?
Go ahead, Sean. We're closing off in about 5 hours, 8 minutes time.
All right. So I want to strike a balance between what Cranky was saying and what T-Get is saying. So Cranky was saying that we should take a look at what Canada did and implement what Canada did. And T-Get is saying it's chemistry. All right. Now, in reference to Stan's point, to do or emulate what Canada did, my question would be, do we have Canadian resources in Jamaica?
No.
Because if Canada said, well, we are going to have all our coaches, there's an echo. Don't know if it's me.
Yeah,
if Canada said, we are going to have all our coaches be A coaches and we're going to pay for their license in, a short period of time. Does Jamaica have the resources to do that? And that's just one example. So our plan has to match our resources. So we can't emulate Canada and emulate United States and emulate England when we don't have those type of resources. So our plan has to match our resources. Now, balance that between what Tiga was saying, where he said, we don't have the chemistry, and the 1998 team had the chemistry. I want to point out, I'm of the opinion that if the 1998 team did not travel to Brazil, or if they didn't seek the private sector funds and financing to travel to Brazil to go get beat up by those Brazilian teams 5-0, then 5-1, then 5-2, and then the gap started to close. If they did not go to Brazil to get beat up and gel together, they would have not made it to 1998, to the World Cup in 1998. So we can take a little bit from 1998 and balance it and mix it to a point where it makes sense for us financially, where we can do it financially. So we can take a little bit from 1998 and create a new thing. But I do believe that chemistry is important. I don't think we have to go all the way to Brazil. I like the idea that management have, or the plan management had, where we can have mini camps in different countries, one in Jamaica, one in the UK, one in the United States. So we have a core set of known players, but that's also going to give us a chance to create some chemistry. And then for certain tournaments, we can come together and have a local camp of all, or the best crop, or the best 23 or best 30 players.
All right. So Mullins, your final thoughts, because we're closing off the show.
Yeah, man. My final thought. Listen, unfortunate.
No, we're not taking this call.
Okay. Yeah. So my final thought would be this. Listen, I kind of figured this was going to happen, with all the turmoil, right? I always hope for the best, but the truth is, I have done some research and spoken to people with the other teams, and all the other teams to me had a plan that they have kept. The Americans had some struggles and they kept their coach. They were very smart They played a game in Europe and used only European players. They played the Gold Cup and used primarily I think in the Nations League, in the Gold Cup, they used just major MLS players for the major part of the team. They studied the Mexican team. The Mexican team did that as well for the Nations Cup. They also sent some of their top players to the under-20 to the Olympic Games to look at them who are available and brought them into their senior team. The Canadian team had like a 8-year project that included the upgrading of their league, trying to work with Toronto FC and Vancouver Whitecaps, all right, to build their team. The Panamanian, they kept the core of their team from the last World Cup that they qualified for, and they built, I think they had like 18 person in their entire camp for the World Cup that they were in, back together in this present squad. They had all of these teams, Costa Rica, who struggled, they made the necessary adjustment. I think of all the teams, we have had the most unresolved issues. And that's from government to administration to players. We still have not even figured out how to get spectators in our stadium. I think, given all of those things, this is exactly where we deserve to be. Because you reap what you sow, if we are being honest. As a Jamaican, I wanted better, but this is the reward for the kind of effort that we put in. And, yeah. I hope, like, I tell people that sometimes we win and sometimes we learn. I hope we see this as a learning experience. And after 20 years of failing, we'll learn the lesson and apply. Because it's not wisdom that teaches, they say wisdom, experience teaches wisdom. It's not experience. It is when you learn the lessons from the experience and apply them. And what are the lessons we have learned that we need to apply? Everything needs to fix, from government to funds to our players to our administrators, our coaches, everybody. Because here's the thing, even coaches across Jamaica are in discard. Listen, the whole system is messed up. And as a nation, it's a reflection of our society. What we see with our football is what? If we are being real, it's how Jamaica is right now. Everything is failing. And that's just the reality we live in. Our schools are failing. Health systems are failing. And we need to stop and take check. And I hope the football teach us that all around us need to change. And all of us need to be a part of it.
Yeah, man. Well said, Manins. Well said. T got 30 seconds.
Yeah, we just need to change. Don't go back to the same thing that we've been doing over and over. We need to find something and change. They have a saying, say, if you keep doing the same thing over and over and getting the same result, they must be a madman. You understand? So, JFF, we know you're insane, but you just need to change. Change that methodology that we're using. It's not working. Not working. Just change.
Yeah, man. All right. Richard.
Coaches, this we need a reboot. I echo much of what Man said. We need a reboot, a revamp, and take it from the top. But football above anything and everything else is a dream. All of us, man, here, we have a dream. The fans out there, comment and subscribers, they have a dream, and that is for Jamaica to produce football performances, winning performances to get us to the creme de la creme, the peak, the pinnacle, the World Cup. Of a brief poem, Pop Down. Pop down. No pop down a man's dream. No pop down a man's dream. No pop down a man's dream. Watch and hear a man scream. Can bust net, can make pass, can run late, become boss. They've give and the go, triangular shapes. Top of him gone. take the foot off of the brakes. The boys have a plan. The
No.
men can watch and learn. But nothing beats hard work and play. That's when you've truly earned. So pull off of your man. Get off a man case. Make that run. Win that race. Imagine 3 days to go. Will we see Jam Down rise? In these tough days of hope, let us not be surprised. Brethren, remember those 45 minutes, Peru versus Jamaica, when hearts were raised. We want to see a competitive football team that works a little bit more and bring the flavor of Jamaican football to the world stage. Big up on all commenters, love and respect. A peace and love. Pagan 180, by the way. Pagan, listen to me now. Listen good. It's not easy to upset me, sir. Sean never disrespect and upset me at all. Peace and love. Sean has his viewpoints. Everything a peace and love. Viva Jamaica every time. Hey, Sean, y'all move that camera like JFF, you know. Hold on, you know, Rasta. Yeah, move shaky like, you know. Watch the foundation.
Big up to
guidance.
all the people who came on tonight. You know, we had a good watch along. It wasn't one of the games, the results that we wanted. But it is what it is. Campaign is over, in my estimation. We can't get back from this. 6 games to win. Started out losing 2, 4 to go. I would say we're not. let me not get into my poetic mood, you know.
I have a poem, coach.
But I
have a poem, you know.
Can I get my friend on stage?
Yeah, yes. You started, Sean.
Coach, we have to run the battery are dead.
All right.
All right. Respect,
all right.
Coach, respect.
Yeah, man, big up
Respect,
yourself.
Sean. Mannings, man. Respect. Poet, respect.
All right. Vamos. Or adios. Mannings, run it. Give about 4 bars.
Richard, from whence do you come? You're coming here with poems and I run off your tongue.
Hey, coach. Let me say something real quick before you guys go. So football season is gonna be over in a few days, and we are going to transition to track and field. You know, the World Athletic Championships, and we are going to transition to the Olympics, and the coach's desk might transition to focus on track and field because it's track and field season. But what we cannot allow to happen is the movement that we started as YouTubers cannot die and should not die.
It will not die. It will not die.
And we should find a way to, I think as somebody said, to come up with something official. I mean, whether it be a non-profit where you know, our voices and our opinions can be heard and taken seriously, because I do believe during this campaign, we did influence a lot. Whether persons realize it or not, we did influence a lot, and we cannot allow that to die.
Yeah, man, it won't die. TripleTreat will always, as long as we have breath, TripleTreat will always continue. You know what I mean? But you know, the aspect of certain sporting events has to go on as well. So we're not turning from the whole aspect of the TripleTreat. We'll be coming here. If I have one person come here and we're gonna discuss the Reggae Boyz, right? So we now stop the TripleTreat. It will continue. Might have a little diversity to it in terms of the type of football that we discuss, but it won't stop. So big up yourself, everybody. Thanks very much for tuning in. We say until next time. Yeah, man. Wednesday we'll be going into the match again, right, Mannings?
Anyone need a VIP pass? Give me
All right. So
Work out
Yeah,
something.
man. We should be going to the match on Wednesday again. All is well and equal, you know. So big up yourself, people. Have yourselves a beautiful, wonderful week. Thanks to all the persons who commented. Thanks to all the persons who watched and did not comment. Thanks for all the persons who liked the stream. If you did not get a chance to like the stream, do it now. And please remember to support Man's channel. Shore Sport. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. All right. So until next time, people. Peace out.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.